Welcome back to The Greatest Show. I'm Jake Gill Harris. How are you folks doing today? Hello. Hello, Simon. Congratulations on being first nerd. Congratulations on the return to YouTube with a sweet Oberdin video. Crank, can you post the link? I'm super excited. Just because if you're enjoying the Roottrees Are Dead, you'll also enjoy Simon's Oberdin playthrough. And because my Oberdin playthrough is lost to time, you'll just have to live vicariously through him. And go watch it, nerds. Also, hello, Lanera. Hello, Crank. Crank, thank you for the 37 months. Captain did it. Oh my gosh. Buster's being feisty. He thinks I didn't give him breakfast. There's food in his bowl that I put in there this morning. So I don't know what's bothering him. He's being a little feisty. Although right now he's cleaning my hand. So that's kind of him. You're a kind boy, I know. You just need to eat your breakfast. Goofball. Oh, now he's making my hand be his breakfast. Is my hand that tasty, sir? Oh my gosh, it is that tasty. All right, I gotta stop tempting him. Sir. No. Anyway, so we beat the game. But did we? Because we got 0 locked in on Roottree Now, the Roottrees are dead. We filled out the entire family tree, with one exception. We missed this picture, which you still don't know where it's from. Crank and I did a little digging the other night. And by Crank and I mean Crank did. Couldn't find it, and I trust Crank to be able to find stuff like this. Learned about the 6th piece, Edward Clancy Roottree. Oh, I can tell you where that is? Oh, okay. Well, let me finish the intro first, and then yeah, let me know, because that was the only thing. We missed one thing, and it was that. Oh, we get new pictures of... Okay. So we looked at... Oh, hey, there's this whole thing. So, long story short, Samantha, who's the son of the illegitimate daughter of Elias and Patricia, or Elias Jr., wanted to do some digging and make sure she had her story straight of what was going on with the family. So after the death of these 5 right here, she wanted to make sure that the people in the family who've been kicked out of the family got their own, including hers. Now Clark Rafferty's in charge, and he's asked us to look into all of the possible infidelities in the family, so we know who's actually a part of the family. And so we've got a lot more to do. Addie, thank you for the... How many bits is that? Clark, what a choice. So it wasn't going to be the Miracles, right? Like, they're too busy with their own thing. Robbie's embroiled in something. And Ronald's probably too busy in Hollywood. Jim's is trying to take a step back. November is so far out of the picture that Crank had to remind me how I would have figured out that she was even a dance choreographer. Ernie's dead. Gwyneth's running the farm. Caroline has strong opinions about how to run the thing that apparently is just counter to everybody. Gwendolyn's raising her kids. Bonnie's raising her kids. Who was it going to be besides Clark? Like Clark's got his kids too, but like he's in advertising. Like I don't know. I and honestly, like he makes it pretty clear. Like I actually kind of trust him when he's like please tell Sam I'm on her side, because like from reading Lauren's stuff, like Clark got a lot of shit for being the first to remarry, and I know how weird, like that might sound weird to some people in this chat, and I totally understand why. Is like, what the hell? Like, what's wrong with remarrying? Like, so let me paint a picture from my personal family thing. On my mom's side, my Jewish family. My mom's oldest brother. So my mom's parents both Jewish. Her and her two brothers were raised in a Jewish family. With you know some assimilation of like they did Christmas growing up, just as like, hey, the kids are in, like all their friends are doing it, might as well do it too. Her oldest brother grows up, marries a Catholic woman. My grandparents were not happy, and then the middle brother married a Jewish woman. And so they were even more like, see, where did you go wrong? Then the middle brother ended up having lots of trouble in his marriage. I don't know too much about it because it was all before I was born. But needless to say, he ended up getting divorced. And my oldest brother and his wife were incredibly happily married, had two beautiful daughters. And my grandparents started to come around of like, oh shit, maybe this whole you have to marry a Jewish person thing is not the end all be all. And so by the time my mom married my dad, who was not Jewish, they finally come around and were like, okay, let's judge him on him, not the fact that he was not born a Jew. And so then finally the middle brother ended up remarrying and remarried a non-Jewish person, and it was accepted by my grandparents. But that was in the 80s. That was 10 years before this game, and well after Lauren wrote her book about Clark remarrying. And that was a thing that was still happening. So, like, I don't know. I could see Clark absolutely being like, look, Samantha, I totally get what it's like to be ostracized by this family. Granted, it's not the same thing, but at a certain point, getting ostracized by your family is getting ostracized by your family, regardless of what it's for. No-fault divorce only became a thing in the 70s. Yep. Clark cleaned up his acts as history cracks me. Yeah, oh, for sure. Like, when we get to this picture, when, like, his other two pictures, he's got this full head of hair and stuff, it's just like, oh, God. But no, I genuinely, like, I think he's a good choice. And then there's not really any other not bad choices. I don't know, maybe Miracle the Third wouldn't be bad, or even Miracle Jr., but also I already have ideas about the miracles that, you know. I mean, as long as it wasn't Chris. Eli M. Oh, true. Eli M would have been fine. But I think he likes the mechanic life. Like, his daughter's, you know, in it, like, inherited his wife's thing, similar to his grandfather. His grandfather also inherited his wife's thing. So there's probably some, like, cool or like, I don't know, feeling of pride about that, of like, I'm just like my grandfather, inheriting my wife's business or wife's family business and taking it to new levels or whatever. So anyway, Oh, now that I've done my rant. Business Watch magazine. Interesting. Under... Did I just never search this? I must have researched him in Business Watch. I searched Carl, obviously, but I'm assuming the notes in the article I scanned is from that. That's so interesting. That's such a silly thing for me to have missed, but anyway. Notable events start here. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since he helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for a book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you managed to keep a low profile. The Rootrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. 6 pieces. Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. The Roottree Rift. In March, the Roottree Company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release, multiple conflicting press releases, and a clear lack of leadership. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottree and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clanson Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Rootrees, mostly dismissed as opportunist scammers. Highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. If I won the lottery, I wouldn't tell anyone, but there would be signs. 1,000 gift subs. Is this Addy? Is this why Addy's been giving me so many bits and being so kind and generous? He won the lottery? Rootreemania, another high-profile misstep. Miracle Roottree publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Ps was a Roottree. Rootree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim. In a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly the world was obsessed with the Rootrees. Good job, Miracle. Anonymom and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree, and therefore entitled to a share of the Clanson Trust. Nobody knew it at the time. This would turn out to be the last chapter in the Rootreemania saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn. Confirming the world's suspicions, the DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations, the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempted fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Rootreemania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Alright. Previously on the Rootrees Are Dead. Why are there 8 intuition about this? This is a new investigation with a new focus after many months of newfound interest in the Rootrees. It's recommended you try to catch up with some of what happens as last time. Some researches may yield new or different results. Oh, that's why. And some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. It's also a much more widespread search. Lists of first and last names you choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Oh boy. Those reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive in the Roottree family tree. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. And before read as an actual Roottree. True. The Roottree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth many years ago. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place in or around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Rootrees such as Lauren Roottree, Miracle Roottree, and Jim Roottree had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries are probably the most useful resources overall, mentioning many of her relatives directly. The 5 pieces, Elias' children, could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. 5 presidents of the Roottree Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Stephanie Jones and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Carolyn Morton's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. Many of the young Roottrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Her occupation will be found via Brian Jones' company website. That's one way. Craig is right. There was another mention of, I think it was in the diary. Oh, I can't look at the diaries. Fuck. Lauren wrote something about how the free spirits were all artists, actors, and dancers, or something along those lines. The key part of that is the and dancers. We know the occupation of every single person in that generation. And housewife, president, housewife, artist, farmer, president, advertising, president, musician. We'll ignore that for a second. Director, screenwriter, preacher, mechanic. Musicians, artists, and dancers. Thank you. Although I guess we don't really have an artist in here either. Oh, we do. Never mind. Caroline. So, that's another way. And before Splash heard that, was like, what the hell? The reason we're able to identify the job, Elias Jr.'s job, is a line about how the 5 pieces are all lawyers, preachers, and architects. So we find out his job from a similar line. We find out her job from that line. Or you just brute force it by knowing you have 3 correct and you're like, fuck it. November's got to be one of these jobs, right? And that's what we did. Anyway, Ronald and his brother Robert Roottree go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie remove from Lance and Trust. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There are also a few dead ends and red herrings. Aloysius Herring Roottree, who claimed he was a Roottree, was not. Family Man, a book about Elias Roottree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not useful on their own, though could lead to other information. We found out that her brother was a professor because of these books. Caroline Morton's sculptures were not useful. Did I guess I didn't even realize there was a way for me to look them up. Anyway. Today, August 3rd, 1999, there was a knock at your door. Clark Rafferty LaRue, the current president of the Roottree Candy Company, explained that multiple people have come out of their woodwork to claim to be Roottrees. He's been trying to work with Sam, but she has not answered his calls. He also handed you a letter that he said you could share with Sam that said the following. To both of you, the company I hired to help us with the Clanson Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people that may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe can be a realistic part of a relationship that led to the birth of a new Roottree. Just tell us who to investigate by filling the new sections of the tree. We'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with a negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for the ones that led to potential new Roottrees. The spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'll have to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing. But I can't. I'll be blunt. I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit, consequences be damned. I can't choose to pass or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you, refuse to make any more mistakes, and do my best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. So please, fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck, and thank you both. All right. That is apparently no intuition available with that. Infidelity, and then split up. Okay. All right, so we're going all the way back to 1921 for the first. I mean, this is probably Elias, right? Well, let's start with an easy bit. Well, let's start with 5-piece, because that'll be easy. So, first of all, can we just put him somewhere? Yes. First affair. Holy. Brother. Okay, so 5-piece. Original name is Felix Fellows. So let's just start with that. Felix. Oh, this is... Okay. So, I will say... After I ended stream on Wednesday, or on Monday, I went and put in a review because I really enjoyed this game. And... you know... I want more games like this to be made, so I figured, you know, leave a review. Hopefully it helps someone buy this game, and then great. Looked around a lot of the other reviews, which were almost all were glowing and pretty positive. There was a trend in some of the negative reviews that, after thinking about it, I kind of agree with, and then a trend in the positive reviews that makes me a little concerned for the Roottree stuff. So first, let's talk about the negative review. There were the trend that I saw in the negative reviews. The trend that I saw in the negative reviews is like, what was actually the point of doing this whole thing? Now, so we start by identifying these three. And then, frankly, don't really talk about them at all for the rest of the game, like with the exception of we do find this article and we get another picture for Reyna. And it is kind of interesting of like, this isn't a murder whodunit. As far as we know, it wasn't a plane accident. We spend honestly spend most of the game with Lauren and looking at things from her perspective. And even then, like, the families don't like obviously the families don't end up interacting a lot with each other, but like in a way that like, and that's pretty realistic, but this is a game and it's supposed to be fun. And so like, there's a lot of like, obviously we know way more about Clark, and it's reflected by, we have 3 extra pictures for him, although one of them is his post-game stuff. Whereas like, we have 1 picture of Gwendolyn Morden, 1 picture of Gwendolyn Roottree, 1 picture of Angelica Morden, like, and so like, I enjoyed the puzzle finding aspect of it, but if I definitely kind of agree with the statement that if you take a step back and try to be like, okay, so why are we doing this? The whole big picture of how everything ties together is kind of flimsy. And I really enjoyed the game, but I think that's a fair assessment of, if you enjoy your puzzles to also have a good why, this maybe isn't the best one. Hi, sir. Oh my god. Show the boy. Hi, boy. Hi, sir. You're very cute. Did you eat your breakfast? I hope he ate his breakfast. Anyway, the complaint I saw in some of the positive reviews is about ROOTTREEMANIA specifically. And that is apparently RootTreeMania. Hello. Chat's beautiful. Buster, you're beautiful. Splash says so. I guess RootTreeMania really, like, all of the cracks in the puzzle game kind of show. Apparently you're supposed to take a lot more logical leaps. And there's a real chance that I'm gonna like spend today's stream on it and we're not gonna finish it, and I'll be like, sweet, we're on to the next game on Friday. So yeah, it's not my favorite thing that we might leave this unfinished, but I do want to put that out there of apparently RootTreeMania is like, hey, you really enjoyed this game and you're willing to put yourself through hell to finish the rest of it. So there's a chance we just don't finish this, and it's yeah. Anyway, so Felix Fellows is a I always go back to it. True. This feels like I've watched enough people like play a session of Obra Dinn and then come back a week later and be like, what the fuck's going on, and miss everything, to know that coming back to games like this can be really hard. So who knows? Anyway, let's search up this Felix Fellows person. Five Ps, aka Felix Fellows, is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottree and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias, 5 Ps, is a play on 5 pieces. The article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star, out of 7, for whatever reason, with the headline, More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. Okay, cool. Let's highlight that so we search it later. The review mentions his real name is David. They used to go by Dirty Davy. Oh, so Felix Fellows is not his birth name. Oh. Okay. Cool. Anyway. Dirty Davy, and the author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new. Others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. Oh! At first, the Roottree company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottree even appeared on the same magazine a week later. Since then, they've backtracked and publicly welcomed the family. Their press release at the time stated they had new evidence that confirmed the story. This motherfucker with no kids apparently well, and you were the third president, right? Yeah. Can I use an old picture of him? No. Fuck. Okay, so News Time. News Time is a major news periodical that releases a new issue every week. The rapper 5 Ps famously appeared on the cover, claiming to be a Roottree. Then 1 week later, Miracle Roottree did the same, denying he was. The side-profile back-to-back discourse right before the start of RootTreeMania appeared to be the de facto publication to get news about the ongoing Roottree saga. They reported record subscriber numbers during this time, which lasted until the end of Roottremania, when the world generally stopped paying much attention and went back to reporting on more traditional news. News time appears to be available via your periodical search. Okay, so news time. Worth a shot. It always feels like somebody's watching me. They say root of all evil rhymes with Harris is cute. I don't even know if Eminem can make those two rhyme. Hello, Cass. All right. What do we get? Felix Fellows, aka 5-Piece, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottremania. Then a week later, Miracle Roottree appeared on the cover of the magazine article that focused heavily on 5-Piece as well. Summary of both articles, as well as a close-up of the photo 5-Piece is holding on the cover of his issues, but add your evidence. Okay, so real quick. Very interesting. We have a new picture of Miracle. But nowhere to add it up here. Very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. Miracle Roottree appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after 5-Piece did. He vehemently denied that 5-Piece was a Roottree. Barry. This article is from before the DNA test that proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of 5-Piece's accusation regarding his mother, Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across exhausted at the events that are going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. Can you click people in his glasses? No, I've tried. I very much was like, please let me click that. But unfortunately, no. He starts with 6 pieces of content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that would fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottree, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take a job with no salary. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shutting EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sitting or be disowned. Fucking preachers. Miracle says it was EC's own choice, because it's totally a choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continue to live together. Miracle then pivots the fallout from 6 pieces. He recounts the delusion claims the Clancy trust the family has been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help. So far, every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish the family's reputation. Focuses on 5-Piece, who appears on News Time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent and says he's using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5-Piece's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those who wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracles Roottree are planning on touring the country churches one last time, and that now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottree. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment, and it's a statement from Clark Rafter LaRue through the Rootrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottree, despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Alright. Felix. Excuse me? I can't click these? Could this rapper be the next Sam Madsen? 5-Piece, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. What if that's the red herring? Because holy shit. Wait, hold on. When did Guy die? Hydrate, thank you. Oh, this is new. Great. Till 82. Was only president of Roottree for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s, had mostly faded in obscurity except for the fancy flavors debacle. During ROOTTREEMANIA, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5 Piece appeared on the cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. Few people existed adjacent to the company in the 70s, the quote forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, they often got very out of hand. This fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way. The Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence to prove precisely it was not foul play, that no party had taken place. Rootree's lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who's trying to disparage Guy or the company in public. Oh, I get the picture. I see. The Roottree Family Picnic. The rapper 5 Piece appeared on the cover of News 5 holding his Polaroid of his mother, Joanna, when she was Zach Morton's secretary. Wait. At a company picnic. He claims Joanna and Guy Hudson, also the photo, were having an affair that led to his birth. Well, we've got this. Oh. We're not only identifying with pictures the mainline people, we're identifying other major parties as well. All right, so we know you're Joanna. We don't know your last name. We can go with secretary for now. We'll put a picture in. I could put a last name here, but I don't even know if this is actually David's last name or 5 Piece. We do know this is a picture though. Now remember, it is birth name. So split. It could be that Fellows is her last name, or her maiden name, and then he took it. It could be its dad's name. We've got a lot to figure out. Anyway, let's go actually read this article. 5 Piece, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational, initially dismissed as fake until the DNA test proved he was related to Guy Hudson. 5 Piece says his mother Joanna was Zach Morton's secretary when he retired, and the Guy Hudson secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit. First few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4, and after his father learned of the affair, Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked to register. Next morning, they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only thing he had to remember her by were hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it, a box in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed, the only one not from the affair itself. Pictures showed a full inside the magazine was added to your evidence. The magazine also includes some additional history of 5 Piece career. Felix Fellows was born to Riley and Joanna Fellows, was never wrapped without a moniker. Okay, so Fellows is his last name. So your first name is Riley. tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on street corners in Portland. He has only recently started going as 5-piece to harness the power of his lineage. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottree Company as secretary sometime. Sir! The secretary sometime during the early to mid-70s, and also confirmed she died of drug overdose that Felix went to foster care soon after. Oh! Her last job's not a secretary. Her last job is... movie rental store where she worked to register. What the fuck is that going to be? Retail? Yeah, retail. It also confirmed she died of drug overdose and that Felix went to foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. Let's reach out to the Roottree Company, but at the moment, the company's blanket statement was, since the release of a recent book, Roottree has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity, as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. All right. Oh, we should show the older one. Doesn't say anything. So this is where. Oh, there's an updated version. Okay, so yeah, died in 82. There's an updated version of the Roottree curse. During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. Visitor counter has reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems the recent uprising in Roottree news that Thomas Overwood with a constant stream. Hi, can I help you? With a constant stream of events-based new theories on. Whether one of his theories involved Roottree deaths being faked, according to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who've died in the family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with post-mention he's begun believing the guy's not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened, all of this is beginning to make too much sense. Yay math. What is post details of belief that Ron Roottree is still in charge? Gwyn Rootree's death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop a new candy recipe in secret. Fake this done to avoid all the affair problems. I can see it. Look. Thomas Overwood's a genius. I don't know what to tell you guys. Another is about the rapper 5-piece. He can't possibly be a Roottree. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the Devil name, actually mentioned he wanted to have sex with Raina. I hate to tell you this, bro. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. That's what I was helping kiddo with last night? Yeah. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces is real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness, purposely leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lord Rootree's book as a one-time pad, he's begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastus. We're going to figure out what it means. There's also a request at the bottom. Next year is 2000, a leap year. Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch Rootree's red-handed Operation RT2. Operation RT29. Specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spiricola, but doesn't go into why. Because you'll be dead. We know this. Well, we might as well search Operation RT29 again. Nope. That hasn't been updated. Thank you. Alright. Anything... Well, shit. Guy's Not Dead. The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Rootrees have, supposedly, hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers and printed advertisements, in the television commercials, in the jingles, etc. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottree Company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in the favor of the consumers, so killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. His move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. People run the site are asking for help. Certain that there's a clue to all these. This that accidentally leaked a banned article from the magazine Piketty. On their page, a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Sisley Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. You have them in your evidence. Well, let's add this. A Piketty is a category flower with an outline around the edge. Fuck you. Sisley Sanchez is an author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up, Foreign Gospel, did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. She has written a few more books since that, including Biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are claim to fame. Fuck me. We're excited about authors. Cicely is known for nonfiction with a focus on exploring darkness of the human psyche. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called Piketty with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures she never had the rights to publish. She was pulled from store shelves, making an instant collector item. Okay. Piketty magazine. Screw you, game. Piketty magazine is a publication that, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences. It appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Like traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover, so it tends to latch onto and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subjects appear to be popular at any given time. Recent years include Beanie Babies, Match Guy images, and even Red Bull. Is often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Piketty gets around this by stating in every issue that all its articles are all the hearsay that's fit to print. At one point, Piketty ran an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article was not even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottree Corporation. A particular issue, the Big Sass Seabass issue, is pulled from shelves. It's now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottree company is hiding. But a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000 that nobody bid. All right, well, we've got a lot to do. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez Piketty. The issue of Piketty magazine that came from was pulled from the shelves. We managed to find it online. Piketty does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely was provided these cover photos by the Roottree company for use in her book. So no idea who that is. This is Guy. This is Zach. Can't add second thing for him, but we can do this. Okay, so no idea who that is or where she fits in, but she fits in somewhere. It's the first picture. Oh my god. So it was the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Piketty. The issue of Piketty magazine that came from was pulled from the shelves. We had to find it online. Piketty does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottree company for use in her book. Background of photo, there is a Christmas tree. You fucking... I'm like, oh, that's right, there's another person's picture. Let me click on it. This motherfucker did both of them. Probably. Maybe. Okay. Hear me out. There's only one person he slept with who had a partner who we could attach a picture to. And that is this guy. So without knowing anything, I feel pretty confident in at least doing that. Yeah. Yeah, that is literally the only spouse I can put a picture to. So, we're going to do that. The Christmas tree thing, we'll figure out why that's relevant later. Picotee. Bass Elbub. Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? The interview with Cicely Sanchez, an author. She was hired to write a book about Guy Hudson. They even paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Rootrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 70s, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually. The last night of 78. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and they courted me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me for my work. I'd finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop, chop, snip, snip. Anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I boiled him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree. Hear me out. His affairs were found out by the family, and to save face of the company, Guy faked his death and eliminated the women to tie up any loose ends. True. And second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He has fortune and good looks, and he really likes to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. It's the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers? Really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottree was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. First submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. Last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange shoots for the same green ones Elias wore. Remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias' legacy was 5-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do. Caviar was a disaster here. It was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. Christmas 79, he went to Brazil to open the Roottree Brazil factory. Well, we know where that picture was taken. Guy was always hopping around the world, trying to recreate this success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. Pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. Why are you eating your tree? Sir, can you just eat your breakfast? I swear. Cats and toddlers, exactly the same. I can see the patterns of the universe. The twisted paths reveal themselves to me. Are the walls supposed to have eyes? Yes. Why wouldn't they have eyes? Time to go home? Time to go home. If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-81, months after I'd already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. You know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it, in big, shiny, embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But at half the page count, and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. Dinner was good, imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage. They all got pretty drunk. He said his mistress, Susie something, in the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyway, he died soon after, and that was the last time it ever came up. Okay, so Susan something is probably her? What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Matson? Actually, I haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors where I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottree Brazil, but actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I figured out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly oh gosh. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, Hey, Wolfman. My voice is suddenly really going. Sorry about that. Anyway, he is right here. He is hiding in his little cat tree. He hasn't actually been in there in a while. Are you okay, buddy? He's like, of course. What the fuck? Feed me. How are you, Wolfman? Sunlight blocking? Yeah. But he likes the sun, so not much I can do about that. Unless you want me to make him mad just so you can see him. And then, how could you do that to him? Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Okay, so the daughter of the business partner is who we had the affair with. How dare I? Totally. Madsen got things wrong. Sam mentions guys' affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other. It was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. We both got what they wanted out of it. The same thing. Moving a cat is highly illegal. Oh, I was thinking just put the blinds down so it was easier to see him. I wouldn't dare suggest moving him. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you could get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her guy. Found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage, at the same time could bed any woman that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Ah! You know what? Good for you, Patricia. So much gauge. Alright, we're in an ad break. I'm gonna go chug some water and probably put some tea on because God, I don't know what's going on with my voice. That's the roughest it's ever been. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. See you soon. Let's hope that water did something. Hi, sir. All right. We've looked at everything. Okay, so Roottree Brazil. Gotta spell it right. Thank you, game. Roottree Brazil, sometimes is referred to as Roottree Brazil, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative. We're going to want to come back and search that. Like some of the other, near the beginning of 70, like some of the other Roottree Everywhere results, Roottree Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar flavored 5 pieces, released at the end of 78, were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists today is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5-piece bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Avelagos, in the municipality of Sao Bernardo do Campo, a location chosen by the Roottree Candy Company after newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 79. The factory is controversial as locals did not want it there. Rootrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. The Zen, however, has been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio do Bordo in 1982. The second was an unsuccessful strike in 95 that involved all of the factory workers being replaced. The factory was built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brazil, which really translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. The company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it, and the Rootrees now run Roottree Brazil entirely. Let's just search this real quick. Okay, so it's just the same page. Cool. Well, let's look up Edson Soares. Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of the PhD in history. It focused on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems up until 88, Brazil was run by the military. The politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. This is a former mayor of Lagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was manager at automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company, who was in charge of Lagos by the military government in 73. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had 2 side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor, and what the paper speculates was a move to counteract his unpopularity. His wife, Sonia, was recently put in charge of a television station called Telerede. He often used his connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing political victories. He remained in office until 88, when he was defeated in the first election that the military government was no longer in control. His election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he is gone, but the dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. Okay. For shits and giggles, let's say this is Edson. And then this is Sonia, who is in Media Mogul. We're not locking anything in by any means. Let's just start with that. Telerede is a former television station in Brazil. It came into being in the 70s after a vacuum was created due to the removal of a different network at the hands of Brazilian military dictatorship. Due to lack of resources online, you don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Fuck. Anything else? I guess we could search Sonia Soares. Does not seem to be anyone relevant by the name of Sonia Soares. List anywhere online you can find. Where a spider search does return a page lists new news anchor in Brazil named Flavio Soares, who has a mother named Sonia. Flavio. Flavio Soares is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of cult following. Discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fan fiction. It seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. Also, more traditional fan sites list some things about him, including his age, 18, his zodiac sign Libra, his favorite food, grilled steak, and his mother's name, Sonia. Also seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio has confirmed this. The photo's been added to your evidence. Well, Flavio. Okay. Is media mogul the right term for this? I'm trying to think what... News anchor. Oh, that's definitely him. Yeah. Probably also for her. But I don't even have her last name, so it doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3. We're at 3. Anything else that I should do here? I don't think so. So let's go back to this. Oh, this probably isn't going to give me much. I should search it, though. Root of All Evil is 5-piece debut album. According to various sources, the album is mostly material that 5-piece recorded for its mixtapes before it became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences and professional production. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5-piece announced he'd retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. First single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Stevie Whitlock is a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, she's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the mid-'80s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average 11.5 inches long. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 million sandwiches per year, there was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. Jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, and the news crusade turned out to be priceless. Fortunately, none of this seems related to the Rootrees. Okay. So... well... on to the next. Well, I guess nothing relevant. Wait, what? Oh, we gotta go to periodicals or public library. Cicely Sanchez. Out of print. Book subscription has this say: what if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships, gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool, became an entirely different person, including interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? Okay, so what was the other one she wrote? Foreign Gospel. Foreign Gospel tells a tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he's told by God he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. For the United States, after just 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. The book tells his version of the story, but the author, Cicely Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. Damn. Okay, well. Roottree Everywhere was an expansion in the late 70s. It coincided with some other large changes to the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. Minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you can glean the following. Roottree candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by as early as the 40s, including places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly UK. Roottree Everywhere involved Roottree's expansion to other major markets that were supposed to be ready for Roottree. It started with 4 and had no share in Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the countries had an entirely new company formed, mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. We'll use this to come back to all of these. Roottree Oz is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative in summer '79. According to history website for Roottree Oz, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottree factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottree candy company at the time. Roottree Oz did have some success, but only in certain regions. Manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in '92 after the death of Martin, and Roottree Oz now serves as an importer and distributor. Okay. So Charles Martin's daughter, Robin? Where was that? Let's put her here. Robin Martin. I'm assuming it's going to be based on the order that these various Roottree things were. Oh, fuck. Oh well. China Roottree is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It's developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative in the summer of '79. During the late '70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American companies, and the Roottree candy company decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, who was said to personally win over the Roottree family, was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture candy in China. So they made a deal to import bulk, unpackaged Roottree candy and label it not only for China, but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters. His brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death at 86. After Hongyu died in 92, it passed the oldest child from the next generation, Lang Xinyu. Lang Xinyu in China, the family name comes first, so Lang is her last name, is a businesswoman currently running the Lang Tai Textile Company. She's recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. An article entitled Empowered is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. Also states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister. Lang Xinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in '92 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. It's apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them, the article does not state how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second command, is expected to take over when she retires. Meantime, the board stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article will roughly translate it as, sometimes someone that has proven they can do something well could do it 100 times. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. It's an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says it's from '92 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. Has been added to your evidence. Okay, so she was 35 when... oh my god, it's so bright behind me. She was 35 when Guy passed. So she might have been someone. Photo of Lang Xinyu from a recent article about the growth of female entrepreneurs in China. She runs a business of many textile factories. Some manufacture packaging for American products. Okay, so what I need to do. Robin Martin. How dare you? What? How dare I? Make me stream longer. I was there for the half hour that I said you should stream longer. I was there for that time. I said you should stream for another half hour, and I stayed there. I even started stream late. So how dare you for saying that I left you? Rob Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world's list. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was widely circulated rumors somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. Find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that said simply "Satisfied Partner" on it. So this is not Robin, because she apparently never had kids. How do I... Unknown. Not cute? No you. Well, shit. Do we just hope this is like you? Cool. Well, 4 down. Booyah. So, Faith, well, let's do this real quick.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Okay, Sam.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be root trees.
Hold on. We'll get through this, and then I've got something very important to tell you.
I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible, so I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful.
No.
Good luck.
All right, so I don't know how much you remember, but we had Guy Hudson over here, and I reasoned, hey, between Guy and Bonnie trying to figure out who's older because they're twins is going to come down to who do I think didn't have kids, and Guy Hudson died in 82. So I was like, that's certainly the person who didn't have kids, right? Fucking wrong. This motherfucker was a motherfucker. And the reason he and his wife didn't have kids is because the only person who may have liked women more than Guy Hudson was Patricia Jones. Motherfucker, not mother maker, true. Or how does this article put it? Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. Found out later if I had said yes. Her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it. The same thing. Good for them. All right, what's this? This photo was given to you by Sam Madsen, a woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband had confessed he thinks he's a Roottree. Details of this case can be found in evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottree. Fucking Miracle. I knew it. I knew. I got a new picture for him and nowhere to put it, which means, is that a lavender marriage? Is that the term for it? So now the question is, wait, when was Miracle born? Actually, don't remember. By over 14 years later. When was he born? Double checked, yes? Okay. Okay, founded in 1908. Yeah, there's no way. So that means this is Miracle. I might have saved myself some trouble by trying to lock that in. But it's okay. Anyway, so Mary Beth Clementine, a musician? Miracle the Preacher? Yeah. That is so sassy. He was born late in life. Well, later in his parents' life. 14 years after his next oldest sibling. Yeah. And then he had a bunch of health problems. Oh. It doesn't save which photo we used for him. So, like, he lost vision. Like, he lost an eye, and I think they said he lost vision entirely. But managed to survive. And so his son's Miracle Jr. His grandson's Miracle the Third. Anyway. I wonder if any of the other pictures are reversed from the ones we used. There's not a lot of choices. Oh, yeah. We used this one for her. And then they used the Free Spirits picture for Caroline. Interesting that for Caroline, he used the Free Spirits picture, but then Clark, it didn't use the Free Spirits picture. Miracle 3 is such a bougie name. Look at this motherfucker. Look how bougie he is. Meanwhile, his cousin actually getting down and dirty with the fucking engines. The tie, it's a family thing. Yeah, it's a family thing. Okay, so what does it say? Okay, so Stuart's the older son? Probably because the picture matches current look for the sprite of him visiting. Stewart, but we don't know the last name. So this is going to be you? Oh, and then we have a fucking... Get these out of here. So that's you. We'll say that's you. So he might also be this person? Wait, why is this a John Doe? Now, apparently there's a bunch of red herrings, so it might be that this whole thing's wrong, but might as well get stuff put in while we figure this out. Because we don't even know if this is the fucking sibling. Alright, what's this? From 6 pieces at prodigy.us to genealogygenie at prodigy.us. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine Nee Salazar. From New Orleans, Louisiana, her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottree lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who was a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree. Oh, I see. So this would be the person who sent that letter. So this, yeah. So we genuinely have no idea who that is. Okay, so... Oh, so this is Stuart. So, last name, Clementine. I think we can safely... Maybe you're smart? No. Police. And... Regina Salazar. Thank you for spelling that out. He was estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She's pretty well known in the 30s and 50s. A singer went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she's a pretty big proponent of adoption. Know for a fact she came to Butler County a few times. All right, so we can search her on the Butler County Times. I remember her from when I was younger. Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. Sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. Attached to this email. Sam Madsen, 6 pieces. Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family is out now. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email. Okay, let's periodical search this in the Butler County Times. Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation's church. She's mentioned 2 times, though the first visit from 49 is significantly more substantial. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. Article mentions the church's leaders was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eyes on the Sparrow, reached out to her personally. His Eyes on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing. It's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. Songs about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. Family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spreading his word. I felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible's full of adoptions from Moses to Esther. Spreading your life, taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. Cheer, son, or one would say in our guest home. So, Okay, so not Miracle's kids. Second visit was a few years later in 53. Article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she returned for an encore performance. Also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. So wait, are they over here then? Huh? Oh, maybe you're Stuart, if that's smart. Doesn't the years align? Yes, maybe? Fuck if I know. So, okay, let me back up. I am now confused because Stuart was apparently already born by the time she first visited in 49. I'm going to keep this all here just because it's easier than trying to figure out where the heck things go. But then what confuses me is the adoption of the second son. So John Doe being here means whoever this first child here, like at first I was thinking, oh, maybe Mary Beth is actually the daughter that came out of this, but the oldest here would be a woman, unless I guess. Okay, let me back up real quick. We'll come into this. I'm probably making things more complicated on myself, and all like there's gonna be a bunch of here that's gonna clear things up. I don't know that these two are siblings. I have no clue who the younger boy is in the picture. So it very well could be that Stuart is this. You make things complicated, never true. And then Mary Beth Clementine's actually here. But it does line up. So anyway, let's start reading this fucking thing. You're given some partial staff records cross-referenced by Sam Madsen. These records are based on old tax mailing information, only detailed employees that work directly for Roottree or the corporate office. The many laborers on their farm and the factories are not listed. You're not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing guys' secretaries and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they're listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. All right, leadership. Zach Morden, special management, Ernest Madsen Jr. Office staff, Edward Roottree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe, Elizabeth Cravensworth. Product management, Eli C. Roottree, Fred Cross, Albert Cross, Douglas Rosenberg. Secretaries, Juliet McCullen, Joanna Robertson, Doris Mays, Beth Knox. Farm and manufacturing, Samantha Madsen, John Miller, Elizabeth Farrow, Thomas Green, Fred Gleason, Todd, Sam Harmon, Robert Logan, Michael Crane, Jack Keating. Major expenses. Wait. Oh, many laborers on their farms. Or I was like, wait a second. Where's Edward Clancy? 77 was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 78. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final months working on the transition. During 76 77, the following changes took place. 77, Guy Hudson replaced Ernest Madsen Jr. as special management. Patrick Decker is hired. Eli C. Roottree is no longer employed by Roottree. When redoing my island on Animal Crossing for the first time in a hot second, dropped from a 5-star to 4-star. How could... Oh, no. How could this happen? Literally don't have enough trees. How could this happen? Ernest Madsen Jr. is now listed in product management. Christine Farrow is hired. Joanna Roberts is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Oh. Okay, well, there's her maiden name. Okay, well, one of these 4 is wrong, at least. Hydrate, thank you. So, let's keep doing stuff till we figure out exactly which ones are wrong. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottree. Christine Farrow is no longer listed among the secretaries, but Christine Garland has been hired. John Miller is no longer employed by Roottree. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. I was like, I know that name. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus, $50,000 in 1976. Interesting. Zach Warden retirement party. Oh, major expenses, $77 for $20,000. In 78, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period of the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began to develop new 5-piece flavors. Following changes recorded, Guy Hudson replaces Zach Ryan Morden. Office staff, Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed by Roottree. 79, Ralph Ratoons now listed as office staff. 79, Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Roottree. Christine Garland is no longer working for Roottree. Beatrice Watson, Corey Schwartz were hired. Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays are no longer employed by Roottree. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing were hired. Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keating are no longer employed by Roottree. And with Seinfeld and Sam Critchell were hired. Sam is Gwyneth's husband. Robert Logan is no longer employed by Roottree. William Sams is hired. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Special Services Interpreter. Residential Office Refurbishment, $52,000. 5-piece flavor development, caviar, $10,000 a month. Edward Roottree retirement party, $7,500. Christmas tree bash, $7,500. New Year's Eve ball, $7,500. Travel expenses, Australia, China, France, Brazil. Oh, we never did Roottree France. 5 pieces flavor development, butterscotch, $10,000 a month. 5 pieces flavor development, caviar, $10,000 a month. 4th of July spectacular, $7,500. New Year's Eve ball, $7,500. Following continued, many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. Following changes recorded. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Douglas Rosenberg is no longer employed by Roottree. Edward Morrison and Robert Andrews were hired. Edward Morrison is no longer employed by Roottree. Connie Schwartz and Beatrice Watts are no longer employed by Roottree. Little Lewis and Angela Ingram were hired. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing are no longer employed by Roottree. Catherine Garrett was hired. William Sams is no longer employed by Roottree. Emily Seinfeld is no longer employed, but Emily Barnes is now listed. Gwyneth Madsen is no longer employed, but Gwyneth Quattrell is now listed. That one we already know. We don't need that. Susan Ford no longer works in this department. Bunch of Grandorf Dove donation. Wait, okay. We're not looking at the last page. No, we'll highlight it. What the fuck is Grandorf Dove? Chinese word for watermelon. Okay. Guy Hudson died in May of 82. His first few months that year continued along the same patterns they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most extraneous expenses ended. All the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Sam Benson left Roottree in 84, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Following changes were recorded. Ernest Madsen Jr. replaced Guy Hudson. Carl Roottree joins the special management. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottree, and then no change in 83 or 84. 82, Ernest Madsen Jr. no longer works in this department. Douglas Rosenberg was rehired. Angela Linda Lewis and Catherine Garrett no longer employed by Roottree. From here on out, no secretaries are directly employed by Roottree. Roottree instead uses a temp agency called Worktime Temp. Victor Logo was hired. Stuart Todd no longer employed by Roottree. Amy Sutton was hired. Sam Matz is no longer employed by Roottree. Canceled. Okay. Well, let's... What the fuck is this? Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottree offices used to be in Butler County, but serves much of that part of Pennsylvania, nearby Ohio. According to the website, it's formerly named Grandorf Dove from 2390 because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is a Danish word for deaf. How badly did I butcher that word? There's got to be a Dane in here. There's enough Danes in my community that want to use it in here, right? Founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. Oh, so this is why there's a translator. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by government officials in the early days. Staff's listed on the website. You can scan through all the biographies of the principal. Miss Ford is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. Crickets, I know. They all hate me. I understand. She's been working at the school for over 15 years. Ms. Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions she's responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Hudson Wing was an expansion to Grandorf Dove, now Grandorf School for the Deaf, first built in 82. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. On the history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottree Company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. Oh, that's his last name. Okay, so one of his kids is deaf. There's also a very vague history section you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you've seen about the school. It mentions the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottree at the time. It mentions that she learns ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottree management to invest in the school. Hudson Wing opened, she became the first teacher at the new campus. First only operated on weekends, but then has added afternoon classes on weekdays. So, is this Susan Ford? Or is that one of the red herrings? Grand North Dove was a school for the deaf near Butler. It was regularly listed in articles with other local schools. Butler County Times archives included what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretched into the last mentioned in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grand North Dove was at the center of a crime article from 82. It seems that someone defaced school and vehicles outside the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who's coincidentally a former student at the school. Thomas Hughes, who was apparently his arrest came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. For the reporter's investigation and the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes convinced he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the schools agreed not to press criminal charges after agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. These Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Thomas Hughes, Susan Ford. Is that teacher's not one? I guess it isn't. She was principal? Yep, the principal. Okay. Okay, so if I search Hutchinson Wing, it's going to give me the same thing, probably. Yep. Didn't change up here at all. Oh my god, it's so bright behind me. But he's enjoying that sun so much, I can't change it. Okay, where am I going to find pictures of her? Or the names of her kids? Do I get different results if I search for Susan Hughes? No. Her name was Susan, right? Yeah, Susan. Susan Ford, no longer employed by Roottree. Or was this the final affair? Oh, I have no... Wait. Oh, no, this is the final affair. What am I doing? Because she didn't leave until... 82. Right? And then yeah, this whole thing happened in the final affair. Well, he died. So I hope it was the final affair. True. I have a sad confession to make. I'm not a fan of Metroid Prime 4 or the Switch 2. I feel sad. I am not picking up a Switch 2 because I have no interest. Oh, I'm an idiot. What family tree update would we need to do? Your list is politics, right? Yeah. Okay, this should be an easy win. Let's go see if we can find a new picture of Stephanie. No. She's literally a politician. Why don't you have any new articles about her? Imagine buying a Switch just redacted by Nintendo lawyers. Here's Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones' campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. There's see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Caroline, Caroline. That's nothing new, Faith. Everything on Steam is the same way. In fact, the same is for Windows. Oh, God. The second is what's next. Steam doesn't upcharge everything at least £30. Also true. There's not much of substance there right now, but we list some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise of popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family, there's been some extra attention to me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. All right, well. Let's put Brian's picture in. Your profession is baby. It's Caroline, right? Yeah, Caroline. First name's Caroline. Wait, Carol. I'm gonna put Caroline. And then last name Jones. And baby. Okay. So we have one thing wrong. That's interesting. I wonder what the one thing wrong is. The mother's profession? My portable PlayStation games offline still opens me note. It was still not a physical copy of it, still connects you to online account. By the way, I'm not disagreeing with you, just point out some other sides of it. Alright, booyah. Well, let's get your picture in there. Okay, so Clementine isn't her fucking... It's not her maiden name. Fuck! Okay. Unknown. Well, that clears up one thing. At least. Well, okay. Did you lock in the Rapper's mother? Yes. In that group of 4, we locked her in. Including retail. We locked in Thomas Hughes. So we're very correct that Susan Ford's over here. Was there anything else that I put down that I was like, maybe? Nope. That's only thing I was doing wrong was I didn't have her last name. Or I had her married last name, not her birth last name. So we've got her. We've got a guaranteed one. Oh, okay, the name was different. That's why I didn't notice. Okay. Oh my! I got a gift sub. It's some neckbeard playing Naharkov. Monka. Okay. Brian Jones posts his photo of his family together in the new hospital following the birth of their newborn girl. His new daughter is wearing an adorable little Santa hat. His wife, Stephanie, is giving her signature thumbs up move from campaign literature. Why is there still a 2 on that? Oh, it's down to 1. All right. Where to next? France. Obviously. But would it not be France? Roottree France is one of the companies that created, manufacture, and distribute Roottree candy. It's developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative in summer '79. Apparently, Roottree France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process. After the company had already been formed, leadership of Roottree went through a very large change soon after. See if Roottree France is meant to be Tristan Robert. Harris, did Craig ever tell you the thing about the dancer? Yes. We can't go find it right now because all of my old evidence is gone. But there's 2 ways. Actually, we can go find one of them. No. Show the older one. Wait. Didn't Brian have his own page? Long story short, There was a comment that Lauren Roottree made about the free spirits being musicians, artists, and dancers. We knew who the musicians were. We knew who the artists were. We knew everyone's job except November. Now, Splash was like, that seems like a reach. But in an earlier comment, we had learned that the 5 pieces were already lawyers, preachers, and architects. And we didn't have, and that's how we were supposed to learn that Elias Jr. is an architect. So it's a hint that we've already used to establish someone's job. So it's within reason. It's pretty reasonable to be like, okay, that's also how we established that the one free spirit whose job we don't know is a dancer. Also, apparently, we can find in the credits for a play that the play was done, the choreography was done by November Choreography or something like that. So 2 different ways to figure out that she's a dancer. We did the third, which is literally click through the entire list. Anyway. All right, Tristan Robert, who the fuck are you? Businessman who at one time was a negotiator to take over Roottree France. He's still alive, and you come across an interview unrelated to Roottree from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Rootreemania, as we recognize the word Roottree in one of the questions. It seems the interviewer is stuck in a question about his experience with the company in the end of the 70s. Articles in French. Me, when I search a French person and I find out the articles in French, take some time to translate section by section. He mentions guy by first name only. The tales he tells is quite ugly. Oh, all-knowing white void, what is thy wisdom? Right? Dude, I'm literally about to turn off this camera because, like, it's distracting to me. And I'm not even looking over there that often. You know what? I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I'm done getting distracted by that stupid fucking thing. The translation is as follows. Your white void, get wrecked. He's the koala. I thought that was Buster just sending. Oh, I assumed the white void was over my left shoulder. I pointed like you guys could see me point. Pepe point. Guy, the president of Roottree, was one of the worst men I've ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. Did she now? He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no. I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. Punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. I lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I was surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. So he's mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the question a bit, and the interview never turns subject to Roottree. For shiggles. I don't think it's going to be right, but just for shiggles. Let's see. Let's put good old Tristan there, just in case. Okay. Where to next? I guess we should try and figure out who the hell Xin Yu Lang's or Lang Xin Yu's child is. say anything about our kid. Well, we know she did have one because she got locked in. Unless they're letting me lock things in that aren't correct. Wait, when the fuck did we have an ad break? Oh. Fuck. I missed that. That's my bad. Well, Buster was ascending. True. But Buster's over here. The white void's over here. How is Buster ascending? I'm so confused. The void distracted you. Yeah, professional streamer. Exactly. Okay. I don't think we didn't accomplish it. Oh. Tristan Robert. I'm shit posting by putting him over here. I don't think it's actually right. But if it is right, it'll be fucking funny. Okay, how are we finding... Okay, I don't think I've read this. You come across a website for the Langtai Textile Corporation, which is a company that's helped expand Rootree's products to China since the late 70s. The company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed on it in nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company-focused and not people-focused and don't offer any information useful for the investigation. Their page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names to prove that the company has been in the Lang family for a long time. Kind of looks like a family tree. It goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period where they began the Roottree deal, Long Hongbo, China family name comes last, like his last name, was CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on this website. His younger brother, Lang Hongyu, is featured on the history section directly following him. That also seems the only mention of the man. Current CEO's woman listed simply as Xinyu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Langtai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Roottree logo, other is Tranquil. Its third is Piece of Asia. How many fucking red herrings would it get sent down? I'm curious. These Tranquils is a play on Tranquil and quilts. The name is ironic, considered the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt featured on the website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols all around it. Where is it? Where the fuck it? Print it the fuck out! Although they were listed on the website for the Langtai Textile Company, they don't seem to have much of a connection. It appears they import cloth. Piece of Asia is the American arm of Langtai, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. According to their site, the Thai in Langtai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in American to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here to investigate, as very few of them seem to have any relevance. These Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Langtai. Fabrics and cloths at wholesale prices, you don't spot anything out of the ordinary. Business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too, and from using online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Yunwei, and Yunwei, and Linda is Lang Xinyao. Interesting. So in this family tree, in the original, even if there weren't any kids after, which showed Stephanie was married, it showed Chris was married. There's a fucking another picture for Chris. Why is there another picture for Chris? What? Well, I guess there's one for Clark too. Chris's baby photo? Maybe. But anyway, oh, and then Raina and Thomas obviously are married and don't have a kid. So, and Miracle the Third and Nicole. So, long story short, I don't think Lang Xinyao is this person. Even though she's obviously related, because it doesn't have a spouse for her. But the more I look at this, the more I'm realizing, I mean, he's apparently an eligible bachelor. He's not a bachelor. He's in a relationship. I don't think he was married. Hold on, was he married? Isn't that the person you already locked? No. Xin Yao, not Xin Yu. Right? I'm not. Also, it's not showing her as married, which is showing for basically everyone else. I wonder if Lang. Nah, he's only here. You're gonna be only here. Your name shows up in another page. That's so annoying. China Roottree. Yeah, your name's also here. Why does it only go to that one page? So yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea if this is just her sister. I'm going to say it's not. Let's see. $78. She'd be in her 20s. Yeah, this is probably her sister. I don't know. It's without finding a picture, we gotta like. That's the big deal anyway. Okay, so this is an update. Because let's be honest, this is Elias, right? I mean, I guess it could be Elias Jr., but it's probably Elias. Elias and Gwyneth Roottree were never really celebrities, but the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated with the Roottree Candy Company had always been in somewhat high regards. See Elias' attention as a family man with his family brand. Since 6 pieces, the Candy Company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand connected figure. There's also been those who have argued it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance and he did nothing wrong. This led to some heated television exchange account op-eds. First, Sanderson Maple Farm only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. Ever since seen an explosion of off-season business, as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Lisa and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. His rise of support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists with some particularly inflammatory organizations made the pilgrimages. Looks all the conflict, the farm is since shut down seemingly indefinitely. Website says check back later and has no date listed. Quote from Bess Williams' book appears to have been taken down. Has someone found her book now? Ooh. This has been updated. Bess Williams was an author born in the late 1800s. She lived just outside of Miami and died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 26. Bess has a minor history with the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottree. It had been all but forgotten until recently when it was re-released during the height of Rootreemania. Oh my god, it was re-released? There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mentioned Bess Williams. Bocadoral Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. Library was expanded again in 50, then closed in 63, when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. Oh my gosh, public library? Bess Williams. Wait. Reprinting an old book about Elias Roottree. It's blatant corporate propaganda. Dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. If they replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. This thing it has going for it is only 85 pages long. Why are there two things? What the hell is the second thing? Yo. Hear me out. Hear me out. Oh, wait, no. She didn't have any kids. Fuck. Well, maybe not. That you know of yet. Bocadoral Library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and lists of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that is used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. Last, the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Look. We double down on our dumb theories, right? It's the only way this is fun. No, this is fun no matter what, but this is... Okay. Oh my god. Miami Sunday has no records you can find online or in your periodical search. It merged with another periodical, became the Miami Mercury Sunday, which folded after only a year. Miami Mercury Sunday was a newspaper that lasted only a year, from 49 to 50. You find a small website about quirky printing history facts that mentions the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging two smaller failing newspapers. It resulted in one larger failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names the way they did, it was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time, the newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. Okay, so Miami Mercury. Thank you for finally letting me have the periodical. Miami Mercury is now a defunct newspaper that merged with the Miami Sunday. The resulting newspaper, the Miami Mercury Sunday, went out of business. At some point during this process, at least partially archived, available via periodical search. All right, periodicals. Miami Mercury. Bess Williams. Miami Mercury had an article about the Bess Williams section of the Boca d'Oro Library when it was being built in 28. Mentions Bess' young son, now an orphan, was intended during dedication. Also had a later mention from 49, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 50. Bidding was won by Wildcat Construction, included a new statue, fountain, and a second room to double its shelf count. Wow, why would Wildcat Construction make sure to do a statue? Wildcat Construction lists some historical records, having worked on many buildings in the Miami, Florida area. It seems to cease operation in the 60s. Wildcat Construction was mentioned once in an article you've already seen. It was also mentioned earlier in 47 under the headline, Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 41, a construction worker, and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross. You fucking earned the Navy Cross. You don't win it. Anyway, for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried he's a fucking sailor. Why would he have carried a fellow soldier? Having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. You won in a raffle? Oh, okay, never mind. That makes more sense now, Mim. All right. Let's say this is Frank. Then his wife, Ophelia, we don't know her last name. We don't know her main name. Makes me an honorary oorah crayon muncher. True. I mean, it could just make you an honorary taxi driver. The Navy Cross is both the Navy and the Marine Corps. And the Coast Guard, I think. Navy Cross. Nope, Coast Guard has their own cross. Never mind. That means the Navy and Marines are the same thing. Got it. Can someone ban Mim for me, please? Wildcat Construction is Frank's company, focusing on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Thank you. Thank you, Crank. Appreciate it. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wise local veterans, who are often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. You would, you cannot? I know, I'm sorry. Fuck you. I'll promote her just to be right. Hydrate, thank you. Hopefully you got that ASMR. It looks like it picked up, but I could be wrong. Ophelia's handled outreach to the wise local veterans, who are often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. Promote D's, Navy boy. We did. Oh, you did hear it. Hell yeah. Look, I don't mind turning on the camera, but also, the void is taking over. And we can't let the void take over. The view support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where Frank bids on a project, and the local companies decide to step back and let his soldiers handle it. So you got a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as bids are often not as low as they expected. Problem for them is that essentially, Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now, we're rooting for them. Cool. Do I spider search Ophelia Williams? No. Frank Williams. Fucking. Frank Wildcat Williams is listed on a few different military history websites. He was awarded... Oh, thank you. He was awarded a Navy Cross Medal in World War II, and the story goes that even after being struck in the arm with a bullet, he managed to carry a fellow soldier through enemy territory. He's not a soldier, so he wouldn't be a fellow soldier. Through enemy territory on a soldier's shoulders for over 2 miles. He died in 96, age 74, in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. Obituary on the website of a local news channel that was written by a surviving family also sheds light on some of his personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He barely remembered his mother, and he had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II vets and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was a born joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. And I don't much to use to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Oh! The void. The void's very cute. That was nice of Frank. Construction. Got a picture of him. We'll get back to it. A photo is attached of Frank in his youth juggling hammers in front of one of the construction sites he's often known to do. According to the article, he's survived by Ophelia, as well as his daughters, Barb and Sharon Williams. Barbara Williams? We'll assume it's in order, but we don't know for sure. Sharon Williams. Would his last job be retired? Oh, no. Oh, no. Thank fuck. I was like, oh, God, is retired going to be on here? Thank God it isn't. Okay. Oh, now I can't click on this picture. Damn. I'm so sad. That means
Sam reached out to me.
He didn't end up sleeping with the French guy, his wife.
My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune.
Wow.
Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together.
See, this is why he's a president and not a CEO. This makes this actually plausible.
Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's...
What self-awareness did I come back to? It's a very big one. Hello, Splash.
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
All right. So we have learned that Elias did the dirty with his biographer. Went out for Mexican. All right. So he didn't give us anything new, which is actually concerning. All right, so this is not Tristan, unfortunately. Damn. Still don't have a picture of Susan. There's apparently 2 pictures of her out there. But we know that's right because Thomas is locked in. What else do we have? God. Well, let's go back to this. How goes the Roottree Palooza? Roottree Mania, excuse you. No, I'm kidding. Good. I mean, this. I don't want to. The only reason that I decided to go with the leap of that maybe he had an affair with Bess is like how much of a lie the book was. But like, man, I think that falls under the what's it called? Some of the complaints that I saw, even on the positive reviews about this Roottree is like, you're gonna have to make some fucking jumps. And I wouldn't have done it if this was a 1 instead of a 2. But because there was 2, and there's literally nothing in here besides the picture, I had to make a guess on what that is. And I don't know, that feels gamey, and I'm not always the biggest fan of that. Okay. There's 2 left in this email. You know what? I haven't looked at the book yet. Wait, or have I? No, I think wait, did I? Nope, I didn't. Wait, there's an older version? Oh. I wonder if there are other hits that really re-released just for the picture. Oh, maybe. Except, so the intuition had it too. So there was something besides the picture I was supposed to get from it. And that's what made me decide, you know what, fuck it. Sam Matson's book was released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Roottree, as well as Sam's father's Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. He helped to verify her story, so much of the book's core content is familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book. Some was new to you, maybe important to your new search. Sections will add to your notes. Oh god, is this going to talk about Bess? Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history of the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 68 after the death of Elias Roottree until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 84. It's irrelevant. The rumors coincided with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 78. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to Six Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. It was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay. So there's Elizabeth in the list of, what's it called? Employees. And that would be her. But they eloped quickly because of Oh, wait, no. So, never mind. Wait, no! Hold on. Elizabeth does show up in the list because of the farm, right? Where is it? Farrow. Yeah, and Christine Farrow. Okay. Sure. Let's... 4 shiggles with this here. And then last name Garland. Where was I? Wait. Oh, this. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding the markets previously untapped by Roottree. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meeting with distributors and manufacturers. Said he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There's also a section where Sam speculates Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she had no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back to the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. Okay, so there's our hint that Beth was the person. As far as Sam knows, Leah once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth in the supervisor's farm, but she never met her. Wow. Holy shit. Thank fuck. I decided to guess on Bess. Because I would have been looking for this Elizabeth. I would have been looking for this fucking Elizabeth everywhere. That's so mean. Okay. There's still 2 pieces of information. Well, I guess I haven't really locked this in yet. Well, let's search. Well, let's first spider search. Large number of Nintendo restaurants, not because it's changed, it's because he's been common name for Italian restaurants. Maybe he's a more local resource if you're looking for a more specific one. Well, cool. Because the next thing I was going to search was the periodicals of Butler County Times. And Nelly's an Italian restaurant, has been in the Butler County Times twice. Most recent time was when it closed in 1992. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on at the time of the article. She was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or she would retire. Years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 78 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. She met her husband, Steve. Steven. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. They grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers. They connected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary and went back to delivering produce on the weekends. Trying to save money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Boston? We'll put secretary, but she probably had a different job. I don't think I'm going to find anything on her. But, yeah, it's just this again. Was the post-it with the pink lips and fingers supposed to... Oh, this is the infidelity. So... specifically, Frank Williams came out of this infidelity. But, you know. What is interesting... Okay. It doesn't look like the order matters, because it's just, hey, these are on the left, so the guy and Guy Hudson's on the right of them, so the infidelity is on the right. Whereas these Guy Hudson's on the left of these two, so the infidelity is on the left. Can I find out more about Thomas Hughes? No. Reminders. Why is there 4 intuition left from the... Oh no! Oh no! Family Man, a book about Elias Roottree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. It was apparently incredibly useful. Fuck me. Oh, thank fuck. Thank God this hasn't been updated. Although... they want to really fuck with you. Okay, we never did this, but it has been updated, so it's not going to be... I don't think it'll be relevant. Sensationalist headline from 32. Red Roottree Rally racket revealed. Article mentions a man named Aloysius Harry Roottree, who is running for office in North Carolina. The campaign event he claimed to be related to the Rootrees and promised free 5 pieces on election day to all prove they voted. Within less than a day, it came out his last name was a coincidence, and there's no such power to offer free candy. Why was this the Butler County Times? I am so concerned. That's a real crime, not offering free candy. Whew. Saved. Okay. All evidence from before is still available. What? Where? Oh, archived evidence. Oh! Well, here's the thing we missed. Elias Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch at 36, and a painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 pieces. Inside the article is a timeline of 5 pieces. In 2008, Elias formed the Roottree Candy Company after marrying his wife, who inherited Maple Farm. During the period before 5 pieces, the company is barely profitable. In 2009, Elias has a daughter, first of 5 children. 4 more follow. First of 5 children? 6 children. 4 more follow, leading to, in 22, Elias invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. 24, 5 pieces are first sold in some Pittsburgh markets. 26, 5 pieces are rolled out to all of New England. 28, the new recipe and flavor is finalized, and the candy begins nationwide distribution in department stores and other shops everywhere. In 35, the Roottree Candy Company purchased every available Maple Farm in Pennsylvania in preparation for the global rollout. In 35, with the help of his son Elias Roottree Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse built in Butler County. 36, production tripled and worldwide distribution begins. Also, what's next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy. The Roottree Candy Company remains a family business. But this is what the clan said, trust. Okay. So... Where the hell... I guess it would be in this thing about Clark. They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers. So this is the hint about November. I mean, they all aspire, but yeah, it works. Because... where is it? With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for Kennedy. Yep. Literally the same book. All right. Show everything. Hold on. Okay, good. I was like, there's not any intuition left, is there? Yeah, so there's that too, but yeah. Okay. What would left about this? I wonder. Oh, did the book ever get published? I guess I haven't checked that. What is her name? Cicely Sanchez. Oh, wait, no, I'm an idiot. Roottree Legacy is the best Williams book. So I guess it didn't have a title. I always searched this already. Yeah, it doesn't have a name of. I already searched these two books. Doesn't seem to be anything related. So, I was about to say, is it the Bass? What is the hint on this page? Change man, we already searched. Oh, I don't have her locked in, so I bet that's the one for this page. Yeah. How do I find her last name? That's right. Oh, I never searched her. Ashley York is a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. She's been the subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA. Oh, I spell it that way? Blame her parents for wearing fur on the cover of some magazine. She's dating a young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares, which has brought them both somewhat into the limelight. Yeah, they're dating, not married, so that's why he's not showing us. We're finding out about Flavio Soares because of a fan fiction website, by the way, Splash. PETA's acronym for People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. I thought it was people for the eating of tasty animals. How dumb can I get? Wait, why is PETA relevant but British isn't? Typos? Is there a typo of people eating tasty animals? Yep. It said that British could have some typos. It does. British has a lot of typos. Here's one of their typos. Okay. Oh, you know what? We do have this. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, we have these two pictures. Okay. So. This is from. I'm going to assume this is earlier than this. This is 79. We know that. So what if we say this is Susan Ford and this is Christine Farrow? That would be Elizabeth? Who the fuck's Elizabeth? Are you talking about her mother? Or are you talking about the mishearing of Bess? Okay, do I just search? Damn. I'm trying to think Christine was about. Okay. So Antonelli's. How am I going to find this stuff? Rochelle Zimmer. Sure, why not? Rochelle and her husband Mark Zimmer, a few mentions about the Butler County Times. Both were local business owners. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant, and Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Both closed in 92. Mark was also mentioned once the Butler County Times was sued by Steve Garland? Why does that name sound... Oh... Oh... But... tell me more about this. What the fuck? I guess I got a spider search Mark Zimmer. Kitchen Tales, a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer and its success was featured on a morning talk show. The book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. Well, we can just search the library. One book collector states the publishers were unprepared for the demand, and there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. An alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients, it mentions that one of his Kitchen Tales recipes used salt water. The site has included a scan of the recipe to add to your evidence. It says you switch out the salt water to the recipe, it's for a mix of 2/3 spring water, 1/3 filtered seawater. It tastes great. There's Kitchen Tales, a book that combines recipes and stories, and mild popularity it seemed to disappear from online marketplaces in 92. You find a scan of one story on a website and just proceed to make the blade of the loaf. For years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another, but he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. So we asked the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary, combine salt and water together, and added the mixture and whisked until the dough begins to form. Then 12 years later, they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours, then spread it out and let it sit for over 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated at 450 degrees. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt that she retorted too. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her. She faced retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough, cut the dough into 2 equal pieces, and lightly sprinkled salt across the top of only one of them. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible, but he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they didn't solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and twined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them and take the twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven and top parchment from outside inward to make spiral. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years. They settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden with no regrets. Lastly, baked for 45 minutes, remove lid. What the fuck? Excuse me, this isn't the full thing. Where's this part of the recipe? Okay. What the Flora and Yates? Before that, re-releases Garnishing the Truth. The entire description of this book or library system is a recipe book that contains stories. Okay, Garnishing the Truth. Wait, what? What? Cookbook credited to Garland and Zimmer. It was released in 1994. It was actually quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on daytime talk show in multiple printing sets. According to book review, the recipes are county-wide stories that help the reader remember the ingredients. Viewer says it's used perfect for learning to cook with the entire family. Okay, so... No. Garnishing the Truth. So Stephen Garland. How do I... Why? Add soon? Okay. Well, the void is gone. How imminent? The void's gone. My voice is feeling better. So I think we'll go a little bit longer. Bring back the void? Too bad. The void is gone. The void has been consumed. Buster was hungry, so he consumed the void. What? Buster was hungry. Anyway, that's all for me to say. I'm going to run this ad. We'll go another hour. We'll see how much of this we can do. We're actually pretty far, right? So, yeah. See you guys soon. All right. We're back. Wow, look what you've done. You didn't feed Buster and he consumed the void. How could you? True. He did actually finally eat his breakfast, though. I genuinely was a little concerned today because it was like, put food in. I actually got up to my alarm this morning, put food in. He was on one of the windowsills watching something and then came and meowed at me and didn't go to his food. I'm like, that's not a good sign. Go eat your food. You just meowed at me instead. Okay. Do we just... Steve Garland. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgements from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You're the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. It's gonna be in order, right? So James Garland, Robert Garland. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. The finals of Mark Zimmer. You prove my storytelling approach to recipes can be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. It's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. First met Steve in 78 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it in McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life. When I decided to retire and move to Boston just so we could hang out. So if we're rounding this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out and the bookstore could probably use it. You know what? It's such a fucking dumb forward, but I kind of like it. Okay, so... how the fuck are we going to find pictures of these two? I guess I can just start looking them up. James Garland? Robert Garland? Jim Garland? Robbie? Rob? What's another fucking Bob? This game's broken me. How the fuck am I gonna find pictures of these two? They're in fucking Boston. Jimmy? We'll do one more. Damn. Okay. Didn't need to click that. Oh. I could always use hints. That is true. We're not going to. We could. Okay, so... what do I have locked, or what do I feel confident I have locked in? Not much. Nothing? I'm on a 50-50 of these two. I think this is the older picture, so I feel got more confident putting her earlier than Susan Ford than this picture, because this is 79. We don't have... I don't have pictures for a lot of people. How the fuck am I going to find pictures? How am I going to find your last name? I guess the easiest way is keep going back to this. And look at the intuition stuff, because definitely... Wait, what is this? Okay. And just to be safe... Okay. All the information I have about Regina Clementine, niece Salazar from New Orleans, Louisiana, her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottree lawyers went after... Oh, you know what? Let's just search. Clementine is not popular last name. He managed to find a Stuart Clementine listed as one of many names on emergency services website in New Orleans. He's a police officer. He has no web presence. Damn. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently, the Roottree lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband was a police officer and never knew his father. Told her he thought he might be a Roottree. He's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She would be behind his back. Normally, wouldn't be so sure. She had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I will confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s. The singer went on tour to a lot of churches. You look her up online. She was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact she came to Butler County a few times. Regina said that Stuart told her they always spent a lot of time. Okay, you know, I looked her up in Butler County Times. Did I spider search her? No, I didn't. Mary Beth Clementine was a singer most popular in the years between 42 and 59. Traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs. Although she recorded a few records, they seemed lost to time. Only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoption. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 40s, Stuart and Mark. All right, well, Mark, with a K, not a C. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 49, who were convening a debate and discussed the then recent first adoption of African-American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. 59, serves that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. This ended her career with the religious odds she'd been catering to. While she performed occasionally since then, she's been faded into obscurity. Mary Beth passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. Okay, so you are Stuart. They're Sterling. Sterling. You're Sterling. We still don't know her maiden name. New Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. Raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining popularity. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, is named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Oh no. Where did Clementine come from? If that wasn't your birth name. Oh God, Mary Beth isn't even your birth name. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison and Edison Records versus Edsel. Bet that was her maiden name? Oh, but then... So okay. Let me back up. I had her locked in as Mary Beth Clementine, musician, with this picture. This is her picture. Feel fairly confident that she was a musician, even up until her death. I ended up getting confirmed 4, and she was not one of them. So her name's wrong. Something about her name's wrong. I assumed it was the last name because, you know, Clementine might be her married name, but You could be right. It could be her last name is Clementine. Her main name's Clementine, but it's Mary Beth. That's wrong. That is certainly a possibility, and one I need to keep in mind. Edison Records versus Edsel. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine and sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Rugged Cross. The first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Another site claims the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got in a physical altercation publicly in a divorce. No cited sources or evidence. The site's content seems usually submitted. There's an email address at the bottom, and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood," and I'll add them to the page. There's a lot to search on this page. I want to search this, because Old Rugged Cross probably has been covered by many, many artists who will find much relevant information about it online. Fuck. Yeah, let's just search it then. Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant except for a potential lawsuit that fired in 1949, Edison Records versus Edsel. Episode about lawsuits mentioned this is a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. Record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Oh. Fine. Your last name is Edsel. Edsel was a German last name at the time of the founding of the company in the U.S. War with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled, tried to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Okay. How do I... Whatever her name is. No, it's her birth name. Remember, it's birth names. Not. So anyway, Mary Beth Clementine released the Old Rugged Cross for New Edison. It was advertised quite a few times. It was first reviewed by the magazine. However, it listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker. Watch that not be correct either. Okay. Potentially at 3. If I get a 4th I feel confident about, we could also switch the photos if... Okay. So now I gotta figure out what the hell's going on with Mark Clementine. I guess I could just search Mary Beth Clementine here. Mary Beth Clementine was reviewed and advertised many times in Modern Music Monthly, but the most popular recording was the release of a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, which was released under the label New Edison. Modern Music Monthly has a very positive review of her cover, and the writer complimented her voice and the tone of her guitar. The reviewer had nothing to say about Mary Beth herself, so it's not much use to your investigation. Also, some other Mary Beth Clementine releases that appeared over the years. One of them was the Old Rugged Cross, which was always a song that was advertised but not reviewed. Okay. So let's spider search Mark Clementine. I was not expecting that. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there or Australia, Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He's a pretty big entry, seems like a real piece of work. Very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950. Most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for the regional airline. If he tried to board the wrong airline plane, he was drunk. He charged with trespassing assault. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. Apparently quite successful for the first 4 years. He was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland, which was bitten on the foot by a crocodile. That's the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph's credits having given him his nickname. His mugshot from the incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating an attempt to visit his granddaughter's graduation. He famously punched a principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Molten. Hell yeah, they got that detail right. On this mugshot line, it's Mark Clementine's arrest for smuggling reptiles in the United States. Okay, So, pilot? Booyah! Alright. So we can put this extra picture of him in. That's the only picture we... Wow. It's interesting how, like, hard it is to brute force this game because you, like, you still have to find a picture. Okay. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School who had his 15 minutes of fame in 94 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization from trustworthy to tabloids seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, starting a now-famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy apparently only slightly did, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor with Sims straddling Clementine keep neutralized. Security arrives, the recording captured someone asking, "How'd you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Okay, what? Sandstone Canyon High School is in San Diego. There's not much information about it. There's mentioned a lot of articles with Billy Sims, isn't it? Okay, so how am I supposed to find out about your granddaughter? Hold on. Okay, cool. We've found everything for the email. That's good. We still got... What is the next shot again? Just a picture of him. It's Multnomah County, which is where Portland, Oregon is. Oh my god. I haven't searched like any of these. So it said Hamilton backward. Ah. All right, well. A whole new list of things. 3 press releases from the Roottree Candy Company after the release 6 species were referred to as the Roottree Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. First, fairly standard. It'd say there was no president of the Roottree Company, and the entire family was made aware of the release of the book. It would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next step. Second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later, announced that after a vote, Ron Roottree would be taking over temporarily as interim president. Also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. Also stated the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the claims and trust terms to make sure nothing would happen again. I mean... It's not the dumbest decision. It's probably the second best decision. Well, I mean, let's be honest. The second best decision is probably like Tessa or any of the women over here. Murder is a good decision. What? was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the two press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather the majority of the family, even using conference calls. It was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day, claiming that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely, and that Clark, Rafferty, LaRue, and Ron Roottree would be taking over his company's first joint presidents. I'll say that any compensation plan would be based on a stringent verification process. Okay, well, we need an updated Ron Roottree. Murder? I'm on it. What's the target? What do you mean, what? Isn't it who? Or is that the way you're able to think about the murders? You don't think about them as who anymore. You think about it as what? Which case, probably still shouldn't murder, but you know, whatever you got to do to get your mind around it. Ron was announced as president of Roottree during the Roottree Rift, but the next press release immediately reversed the announcement and instead stated that Ron and Clark would take over. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. There are hundreds of results about this development, but most articles are retelling of basic details. Some veer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Okay, that's where we're going next. Playing Monster Hunter. But that's not murder. That's monster hunting. Ron has also done some interviews saying the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something we should discuss, and said he hopes to release a movie about it someday. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother, Gwen, died in Paris, France. He and his brother, Robbie, have seemingly made amends. Aww. Rip Gwen. Rip Gwen. Okay. So, Business Watch. This Watch ran an article about 2 months after the Roottree Rift about what really happened with Roottree. Article mentions that nobody from Roottree that they reached out to was willing to go on the record, and said that timeline of events has been extracted from public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. The parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. Timeline says the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Roottree died before the release of 6 pieces and decided they wanted Ron Roottree to take over because of experience running RR Productions, because he's a well-known and well-respected Roottree. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the clans to trust to remove Robbie. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When 6 pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight and released the press release itself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. Try to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark. According to Business Watch source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He's like was unwilling to protect the clans to trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody's decided about but seemed like the safest choice. Like, I'm trying to think who else it even could have been. Obviously not these two. Could have been Candy. Would have been more apt than Candy Roottree taking over as the Roottree Candy Company. Or, yeah, got that name right. For very obvious reasons, it couldn't have been these 3. We're not even going to suggest that. These 2 were still too young. Candy's a punk singer. She'd say, yeah, but how punk rock is she really? More punk rock than me. Well, let me clarify that one real quick before anyone's like, what the fuck? Like, these are Zach, sure. David the Fourth, sure. So that leaves, I mean, Bethany's still in. I don't know. You know what? Let fucking Bonnie do it. Or Gwendolyn. They weren't voting for Caroline. It should have been Caroline. Oh, also these 2, I guess, wouldn't have been. No, I'm now confused again. How is Samantha? Why were they still considered outside of the family if Ernest was able to take over? Like, I'm actually genuinely curious about that. Obviously, they were still in the family enough. Like, he didn't get paid out of the Clancy trust, which obviously, like, yeah, that whole thing is. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, what the fuck. But anyway, Whole new list of things to search for people for. News Time. News Time did a bunch of stuff on the whole Roottree stuff, but they never did anything about Ron. Hasn't been updated. Hasn't been updated. Okay. Right. Done some interviews, but we don't know where. Guess I could search Robbie. Robbie Roottree was released from French prison after serving a few years for assault. His embezzlement and arrest were partially featured in 6 pieces, as Robbie's participation in the Clancy Trust was a key piece of evidence in Sam's favor. He's since become much more publicly infamous. He's not yet returned to the United States when journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother and issued Blake's statement a few days ago. The death of my mother was hard on our family. My brother and I, after spending time together caring for her in mourning, have finally made amends. It was a highly transformative few weeks when it came to our relationship. I'm in recovery from my addiction. A major aspect of that process is that I wish to stay private. Okay, where does that... I guess we still got... I guess, yeah, look up Clark. Clark Rafferty. Did we ever look up Roottree Brazil? How the fuck do you think I got this entire section? Yes. And we looked up Roottree China. Roottree France was a dead end. And Roottree Australia was actually a red herring. Well, not a red herring, but both of them were dead ends. Clark Rafferty LaRue is the new president of the Roottree Corporation. Does not include Root, which appears to have its own new leadership. In early March of '99, about 5 months ago, it was announced that both Clark and Ron would be taking over for what was essentially described as a transitional period in the aftermath of 6 pieces. 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was a new permanent president. Most of the information about Clark you already knew. Many descriptions tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Roottree. Few seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into the public eye. He had a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. It's also served as an announcement that the Clancy Trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Okay, there's 2 things I want to search. Root website has a small memorial section to deceased members of the family, but contains no new information. Most recent catalog, Spring '99, has an entirely black cover with no text on it. Leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who is apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. Also, a scholarship page. On it, you find information about the Roottree Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, also gives an opportunity to show off their designs of professional models on a real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottree if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Clancy Trust, it's managed by Ruby. So the next thing I was going to search was Clancy Trust, but I'm going to search for Ruby Legal Enterprises first because that's what I was hoping to learn more about. Ruby Legal Enterprises is the name of the law firm that's been hired by the Roottree Candy Company. The company is named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. Had to find much about the company from before this year, though all the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of 6 pieces, the revelation the Roottree Eternal Law Group was complicit in such a cover-up, they are an outside counsel. You shrimp? You shrimp. Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottree Corporation, including the Candy Company and Root. Recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. Did I see that? Ruby Spratt, like her legal company, is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you find from her forward time with the Roottrees from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline, subject to one article from a current series about modern-day success stories. She grew up in foster care but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There, she graduated top of her legal class and quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was part of. One was as illegal. Call someone cute. Splash? Is that what? Yeah. Splash cute. Don't dot him. How dare you? There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was part of. One was as a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against the manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland. A lot of Portland mentioned. The rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. Blair begins by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company serves as a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Mid-Eastern University is a notable private college that advertises itself as midway between Maine and Miami. Their mascot is the Spectres. What does that sound familiar? They're not known for their sports program as much as their education. The legal and language departments are their pride and joy, though they also have fairly extensive computer science and robotics programs. Along with other prestigious schools, they haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools. Some refer to as Little Ivy. The college embraces, calling their newspaper the Herald, which is a combination of Hedera, the scientific name for Ivy, and Herald. The website boasts a historical technology museum on campus, including a still functioning computer from the 60s, takes up a full room. They also have a printing press they use to print one special and year-end issue of the Herald each year. Don't fucking tell me this is a periodical I can get. The Herald is a school newspaper at Mid-Eastern University. It used to be available in your periodical archive. After a bit of research, you've discovered its name as a combination of Hedera, the scientific name for Ivy, and Herald. What the fuck am I doing with this? What's a pirate's least favorite letter? Dear Sir, ma'am, we were writing to inform you of your third copyright strike violation. Ruby Spratt graduated top of her class from the Mid-Eastern's Legal College. Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial at the time, but was quite serious with a heavy focus on wealth inequality. It didn't go over well with the predominantly middle to upper class audience in attendance. Oh, Faith is calling me stinky. Thank you, Faith. Good night, everyone. Amu's sending Faith to bed with that joke. The editor of the Herald at the time said Ruby, unsatisfied by simply earning her place at Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA, felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, at the end of her speech, there were many in the audience who wished that neither of those events had transpired. It's a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty, but unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remained unconverted. Are we released from the void? Yes. The sun has gone down, so therefore the void is gone. Thank you for the hydrate. So Ruby is not who she says she is. Well, she is who she says she is, but... Fun fact? I'm excited for a fun fact. If I bought my PC now, it'd spend 600 pounds more. Jesus fucking Christ. Inflation, by the way. I lied. Unfun fact. I feel like... Where did Susan Ford go to school? Wait, no. It was the Hudson Wing? No. Grandorf Dove. No, this is just the same page. Issues mainly due to Jedi. Yeah, it's Scalper. So yeah, my PC case is more than double. Ooh, we're selling around, build GPUs, but if facilities have yet to be approved, all the push products is no demand. Yep. Why do I? There was someone that we like. That let's see. The specters sound so familiar. I cannot for the life of me remember why. This is probably a dead end, but let's pull it up anyway. Anonymon was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new Roottree being out of the clans and trust. Instead of claiming herself a Roottree, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Roottree. Accusation came during the height of Rootreemania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice to promote an article about herself in News Time. In the TV interview of the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree. The name Anonymon was not self-inflicted. It seemed to spring up because nobody else referred to her. Day after the News Time article, Sam Matson publicly supported Anonymon to do some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymon went on media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to Five Pieces. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's stories, including her job, secretary, and the time period, late 70s. After fumbling the five-piece story so publicly, the Rootrees were more prepared to handle all clans and trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Rootrees, and also a joint press conference with letters representing both Anonymom and the Rootrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Even after negative results were released, many of those who had been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who built up hope that history could repeat itself after five-piece felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some people began to attempt to track down her true identity. Roottree felt pressured to put out a second statement to try to curb the backlash. She goes as far as to say, though scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, doesn't mean her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in the affair. She has every right to make her claim. It's been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Many people claim this high-profile anti-climax and public backlash from the beginning of the end for Rootreemania. Since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Rootrees. Others think that, like any fan, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this final notable event related to the release of 6 pieces, and things soon went back normal. Jane Doe Roottree has already been eliminated as a potential new Roottree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymous affair does not appear in your updated tree. Okay. Is there... No, there's only... Let's see. So I haven't locked in these two. So that's probably why this is a thing. Why there's still a 2, but I don't know how else to find pictures of these two. I guess I could look up the name of the new book. I looked it up. I looked on the public library, but I didn't Did I spider search it? Oh, I think I did. Never mind. That's now locked in. Oh, your last name. What the fuck is your... Do I just look at every last name in here and be like, yo, which one sounds Brazilian? Sure. It's been long enough her last name could be German. True! I'm not going to put her a media mogul. She would have been like a news anchor. God, I don't know shit. Let's search Chris Rafferty. Find out why there's a new picture of him. Really? Wait a second. Fuck. Chris Rafferty's prodigy sightseers have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pieces of cousins. It says a list of questions that people keep emailing him. Most relevant ones are the following. Wait, I searched Chris Rafferty. What the fuck? Why? Did I search something else? Did I misspell something? The page is literally called Chris Rafferty. Why the Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number and a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He's happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad, I get along, but obviously we're very close. Did you ever meet the Rootrees? I used to know the Rootrees, but never their sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid. I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. Memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember, but I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 in the office of my dad, and Guy was there. Made myself sick by eating chocolate, and someone who I don't know cleaned my face. Of my memories of that come from the picture or not. Post one out of your evidence. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. Asked about the poison because I saw it on the Roottree Curse website. He held some old stuff, including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. Spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. How do you make antifreeze? You take away her blanket. Well, there's a bunch more pictures, and then the only options could be this season. Well, that sucks. I thought it was going to be a picture of you and your kids. Okay. Is that the last? Oh. Okay. Well, that's the last picture that involves people up here. Well, I am very convinced now that I'm right. Nenhum resultado relevante, which is Portuguese for no relevant results. Seems that Sonia Alves is a fairly common name in some parts of the world. Okay. All right. I'm a little more confident in that one. So who else can I find? Right, Miami. Barbara Williams? Sharon Williams? Fuck. No, specters, not tartans. Damn. Okay, what names are on here? We got Susan Ford, but that's locked in. Oh, right. Emily Seinfeld. Emily. No, I think Emily Seinfeld, Emily Barnes is just a red herring. We've got everybody that guy would have had an affair with. Romantic ass music? What's up, Alfie? But wait, what then? Already found Reg? Yeah. Oh, that's probably related to the Grandorf Dove. I guess I can search this again. Try searching for the misspelling of fiance. No, and I'm I'm fairly convinced that I'm done. I'm not like there's gonna be something that's related to all the stuff that's up here, but like that was the last picture that involved anyone up here. There's no more pictures of Elias to find, no more pictures of Miracle, no more pictures of Guy, no more pictures of Stephanie or Brian. So I think everything I'm supposed to find is like, oh, so that was Chris. Yeah, Chris is the one who couldn't spell it. So we've got fucking Florida man, except not Florida man. We've got his kids and grandkids, or his kid and grandkid, to find out more about, or kids and grandkid. This one, yeah. Okay, so Miss Ford, we've got locked in. We've got her husband, her future husband. We know about him, but how the fuck do we get to your kids? Do I actually have to search for this separately? No. So I've looked this up in the periodicals. I'll avoid a future appearance of Butler County Times. Sir. You know, did I do this? No. What is he older? What? Huh? What does this have to do with Clark? Clans of Trust is mentioned many times in Business Watch, most results from the 40s, 50s, but occasionally more recent references creep in. From context, oh, I see. Wait, no, but what does this have to do with Ruby Legal Enterprises? Clark Rafferty LaRue, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company, Ruby Legal Enterprises, were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the Clans of Trust. Article about their process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottree sometimes in late March after the Roottree Rift, but well before RootTreeMania. Accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money so long as she'd be a public face to build a reputation. Family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their share of the Clan Trust as high as possible. For looking over the Clans of Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Rootree's implementation was not legally sound. There would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. Family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Oh. Man. Fucking rich people. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and PR firm. First move is sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam to the family, declaring that they'd begin to address the Clans of Trust. Sort of quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Oh, they gonna learn. So what does that do for me? Nothing? I guess... correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. What does that mean? Oh, found out issues with government translators. Ah, I see. It was supposed to be Dove with the... Oh god, I'm forgetting what this is called. With the line through the O. And they made it Dove instead, and they just ran with it, but then they finally corrected it. Okay, so that's all that means. I wanna know more about her bio. Okay. Who are we gonna find that went to... God, this is the only thing left. And I think they're both related to this, and I'm never going to figure it out. Or not never, but... That's the two sons. Guess I could do this and Yeah. Doesn't do me any good. What about here? What? Why hasn't this been updated? What? Huh. Anyway, anything about you? No. I already did all this. Barb Williams. Okay, there we go. I was searching Barbara, not Barb. Barb Williams is a motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company address listed in Coconut Grove, Florida. Flyers been added to your evidence. Barb Williams advertises her career as a motivational speaker online. Flyer includes 3 different Toastman animals from Greta Jones from WQTV 12, Vic Elmsworth from the Kickewa Falls Gazette, and Isabel Crosby, the superintendent of Benton County. The story will surprise you, uplift you, then energize you. Less than anyone can take something away from an intimate evening with a truly wonderful message. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, or even school assemblies. She customized her message for any audience. 5. Oh God, we're about ads about to run, isn't it? Oh yeah, I already missed. Oh, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Amu, thank you for the 15 stream streak. I'm sorry, my thing doesn't show me stream streaks, so I have to click back in. But there's an ad that's about to start, so we're gonna let that run. What am I gonna do for food tonight? Am I ordering? There's the ad. I'll figure it out. But I want to keep going. This is a rabbit hole that I want to unravel. we are back. We've got some things to find. Like, what the fuck is WQTV 12? Greta Jones is, according to a flyer in your possession, the morning news anchor for a channel called WQTV 12. Fortunately, WQTV 12 has no online web presence whatsoever. Find it listed on giant list of television call signs next to City Springfield under the heading Effingham County. May need to do a deeper dive on a specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed the news in that area. The fuck is Effingham County? Counties, they have two different counties in the United States. One is in Georgia, the other is in Illinois. Probably need to pen the state name to your search. Let's do Georgia. There is a Springfield. Okay. If you find a search to television in and around Springfield, Georgia, you come across a website lists different channels available there. This seems to only feature broadcasts with female news anchors. The person who runs the website is ranked each using 3 categories that are relevant to journalism. One they choose is Channel 12. The news anchor listed is Greta Flores. So she... So these are made up, is what I'm finding. There's no Kikawa Falls anywhere in the world you can find. The closest thing to a Kikawa appears to be in New Zealand. Instead, a man named Chris Elmsworth has invented a small town newspaper's contextual art piece. The Kikawa Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurants, shows, and other tourist attractions all across the United States, presented as a monthly newspaper of small town America. This Kikawa Falls Gazette has been trained that amongst the articles detailing real locations are occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, on the homepage right now is an article entitled Mermaids Strike Back Against Lobster Farms. They use very dry language, details the idea that mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. No punchlines, and the article is not marked any differently from the rest. Fortunately, each current issue of the paper is presented on the homepage. There's no archive of older issues. So, okay. Is motivational speaker on here? I guess that is media mogul, right? That actually, oh, public speaker. Okay, so that's one. Got 2. God, I still don't know how I'm supposed to find. There's 5? Isabel Crosby, according to a flyer on Barb Williams' website, is superintendent of Benton County. There's a Benton County in 9 different states in the U.S. There's been a Benton County in Florida since 1850, so you're not sure which one Isabel Crosby comes from. Searching for Isabel Crosby doesn't lead to anything that seems to fit what you're looking for. Okay, so how am I supposed to get 5 things out of this? I guess I could search Vic Elmsworth. Vic Elmsworth, according to his own personal page, is apparently one of 3 brothers. All 3 of them are contributors to a newspaper called the Kikawa Falls Gazette. He tends to focus more on the southeastern United States. All of the articles he's written are archived on his site, including the long-form version of the review for Barb Williams' motivational show from '97. According to Victor, he'd seen Barb talk more than once. On this particular occasion, Barb's talk was at a very large church, and it was clear she was an expert at matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd. She received a standing ovation. Bob started with a story about loss, specifically the loss of bicyclists who'd been hit by a car. He spoke about the death of any person as a darkness in their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into a space where there once was light. Because the light could never return exactly, he says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. The conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. He used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story and how she personally began to come around to society. Oh my gosh, Lincoln, thank you for the bits. Hey, happy Hump Day. How's everyone? Happy motherfucking Hump Day. Remember, have a great stream while I was watching. Jelly, thank you for the lurk. I'm lurking you as well. In fact, what the fuck? All right, got a smile out of him. She has multiple biblical. The biker who died was her son-in-law, and Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. It, the charity. Oh. Oh. Okay, so this is Sharon. Whoops. Wait. No, I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. She lies about everything. She doesn't have a son-in-law. This is Barbara. It's her sister's. Wait, no. It's not her. It's her sister. But this is Barbara. This is Sharon. Everything still makes sense. Just perspective of this. Lanes Across America. So, is your first name Lane? Let's start with that. It, the charity, was light that began to fill the void. She was doing everything she did to help nurture it. Lanes Across America, or LAA, is a charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. Oh, never mind. It's not laying at all. Pages and pages of news articles that mention Lanes Across America have a similar summary of them. LA, formerly LAM, Lanes Across Miami, was founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking over work when he was hit by a car. Every year since, Lanes Across America has grown, and they now have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. Website for the charity is a picture of Drew. It's been added to my evidence. So, Andrew Smith. Partial wedding photo from the website for a charity called Lanes Across America. The rest of the wedding party is cropped out. The charity was founded after the death of Drew Smith, who's featured in the photo. All right, well, that would be you. So we're going to say you are both Smiths. True. When's the last time I looked at this? Search that. Search that. Search that. Search that. There's no place for Emily Barnes to show up, right? So I'm still on 2. Xinyu Lang. Or Lang Xinyu. Should be able to find. There was something about a nephew on one of her. A website written by and for women. Am I gonna be able to search this? No. Oh, you know what? I don't know if I ever searched this in Business Watch. Really? What about you in Business Watch? Searching for Lang Xinyu certainly brings up much fewer results than Lang Tai. I searched for Lang Tai. Lang Xinyu was even featured in Business Watch in 92. She misses out on Watchman of the Year, but did have a pretty sizable article of her history. She was born in 47, the first of 2 children. His mother was already in her 30s when she had her, and had trouble conceiving a second time until 3 years later. That was Xinyu's sister. Clear that the father was not going to have a son to pass family business down to. That's how Xinyu became involved. Father stayed the president of Lang Tai for a very long time. As daughters grew up, he began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who could take over. One helped him in China, Xinyu, and the other in the U.S. Neither were given any official titles. So, yeah, the one we found is her sister. He died due to societal dynamics. His pastor's male sibling, a younger brother. Many of the knew that this could be a problem. His brother, Xinyu's uncle, was not a businessman and was not much younger than his brother. During this time, Xinyu essentially ran the company as her uncle's consultant. He began to have problems related to dementia, and Xinyu had already been running things behind the scenes, performing somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the results for abs began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. Okay. Still don't know anything about her kid. Which is probably her nephew. Oh, you know what? Oh, shit. Let's search this name on. Lang Xinyao was mentioned very briefly in an article about in vitro fertilization from 79. The article details a new at the time medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in 78, the industry began to grow, and a featured article about different companies all over the world and the cost they could charge for services was in Business Watch. Included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay a premium. Apparently, at the time, the CEO of Lang Tai was Long Hong Bo. His young daughter. Oh, and his. Okay. So it's her cousin. His younger daughter, Lang Xinyo, and her husband could not have children, so attempted to create a suitable heir. Wait, no. No. It's her sister, not her cousin. So, in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid Chai Jeans to have their child implanted in his older daughter who was unmarried. Oh no! Okay, yeah, definitely her nephew is actually her kid. Cost was apparently 380,000 yuan, or just over 100,000. Okay. Oh, Key Jeans, my bad. Key Jeans was a medical company with operations with use in China. They made international news in '94 after whistleblower came forward. Apparently, the services were in some case falsified. Well, it did often perform IVF. The whistleblower provided that a few of their customers paid for a very different service and alibi. Somebody who claimed they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not give them a child, did not want to give up the child, but not want to shame an unmarried mother. Whistleblower claimed they could help do this at least 6 times, but only provided proof in one case. The daughter of an American politician is unrelated to investigation. Key Jeans shut down soon after, and both founders reportedly fled to Lebanon, where there's no extradition in either China or the U.S. Okay, so it's her nephew. Her nephew's absolutely her kid. So how do we find her nephew's name? Well, we know that. How do you find his picture? That's the real question. Key Jeans Company what's an article you already read about the head of Leg Thai, but then again in '94, there's a long article supposedly huge controversy. Seems the whistleblower came forward to the U.S. government about Key Jeans, which is said to have been founded in China by a partnership involving American and Chinese medical specialists, who then built medical facilities in the United States. I'll mention whistleblower's claim. Key Jeans will sometimes claim they performed IVF when they do not. This would often be used as an excuse for an otherwise unexplainable pregnancy to fly their clients to America, where they would stay for an extended period of time and return to China with news of a successful IVF pregnancy. Whistleblower apparently presented the Department of Health and Human Services with credible evidence. At the time of the article, it was still an ongoing investigation. Business Watch speculated, after copies of proof were leaked to various media sources, they couldn't imagine a world in which the company would be allowed to continue operations without facing serious legal or financial consequences. Okay, so... Piece of Asia? Fuck me. Oh, wait. No, your last name's going to be Han. Just Han? No. Hello? Let me search this. Search periodicals. Sure. We'll just... I haven't looked at news time for a while. Right? Fucking up. No. Why would this not have anything about Clark? What the f... Yeah, I think I'm starting to reach my limit of why would this be so hard to find? Like, again, these are synopses. But for News Time to not have done anything about Clark, even if it's not super relevant, like, I don't know, it definitely exploits, shows some of the weaknesses of this whole thing. Is like, the only things that are like, by doing it, like, this game's very reminiscent of Her Story, where you have to like search a database to find things. But the benefit of Her Story was you would search a word, and if the word appeared in the video, then the video popped up. There was no, like, so it didn't matter, well, up to a certain limited number of videos. So if you search the word "the," there was no interpretation of like, well, which "the" are you looking for? It was just, cool, here's the first, I think it was, I can't remember how many it was, but first 6, 8, 10 videos that have the word "the" in it. Obviously, that wouldn't give you much useful information, so you had to refine it. But it was objective. If you thought of something and you searched it, if it was in the fucking video, you could find that video. There was like we just saw it with this periodical for Business Watch of Oh, so when I searched the Lang Thai Textile Corporation on Business Watch, it gave me nothing. But just Lang Thai, which nowhere have I seen that it was just this. And it's just, I don't know. It's one of those things of like, this is very much on the whims of the, like, when a puzzle becomes like this, you're kind of forced to think like the devs. And like, yes, there's some creativity allowed, but at a certain point, if you're not like, especially for something as specific as how this one's going, if you're not thinking like them, like, you're gonna be locked out of results. And I know there's clues I'm missing, but like, the problem is with the searches, you have to be so specific, because again, if I search Lang Thai Textile, nothing, even though that is the name of this company. Lang Thai was mentioned in Business Watch fairly often in the last 20 years or so. There were a lot of articles with the rise of Chinese companies. Unfortunately, this makes search results not particularly helpful. When you sort to find the oldest articles, however, one of the earliest mentions from October 79 stands up very unusual because it does involve Lang Thai's business. Okay, yeah, this is the same thing we found. It's literally the same page, right? Oh no. So we find out your nephew's name. Just so I don't accidentally miss out on some dumb... Oh, what does this mean? Basket Baby of 1950. A few sites about true stories focused on and around religion mentioned that in 1950, a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life Baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. Left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the sites, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles became known as the Basket Baby, and he went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into neither of the people too closely. From context, you know it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Ooh, wait. All the results about Portland. Portland Telegraph is your run-of-the-mill newspaper based out of Portland, Oregon. They have a website with lots of dried statistics on how many subscribers they have, how many issues they have, there have been, and awards they've won. Website doesn't appear to have any useful data. Right. Portland Telegraph is the one that provided the nickname Crocodile Clementine and had some details about Crocodile Clementine's first major arrest. It's like weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. His flights were very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile in the leg and had to call in a mayday because he's losing blood. He tried to tell them that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit. The story seemed very odd, and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting, and he was probably arrested. So who else was in Portland? Someone else is in Portland. I talked about, oh god, everyone's in Portland. Ruby, thank you. What the fuck is Ruby's last name? No, that sounds right. Ruby Spratt. Ruby Spratt was featured in the Portland Telegraph when she was in high school, an article called Local Teen Making Change for Foster Care System. According to the article, Ruby Spratt grew up in the foster care system, was apparently the valedictorian of her school, and was, as a Girl Scout, who at the time of the article was earning her Gold Award. It's part of a project to help the community, and Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain she called Foster Fountain. The fountain has a few small pedestals stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins in the fountain for good luck, and will be encouraged to aim for the top of the pedestals. All the coins scraped from the bottom are slated to be donated to Portland's foster care system. Coalition of local businesses sponsor fountain community matching any of the donations successfully lands on the targets. Ruby's going to be in here somewhere, right? But where? Or are you going to be in this? I swear I would one more Portland, but I don't know who it would be. Wouldn't be Barb. Boston, China. No idea about Susan. Oh, David. What's his name? Felix? Since Felix follows aka 5Ps, currently a Roottree, there have been a myriad of articles in his hometown newspaper that mentioned him. Nothing appears to be new information. I'll rehash the News Time article as web search results. Newspaper's music critic did review his latest album. They gave it a 3 out of 5. Okay. You know, Miami Mercury, Barb Williams. Really? Oh, because it's defunct. So from this, I'm supposed to be able to figure out the rest of her Yes. So this is the only real result. So this is how we found lands across America, and I think this is Andrew. Or Drew Smith. Yeah, Drew Smith. When did this happen? Okay, this happened in Miami. When did you go defunct? It doesn't say. Oh. I see what I need to search. Lanes across Miami. Why? Okay. Searching for lanes across Miami does narrow down the pages and pages of articles found earlier to only those with more in-depth history about the charity. You find some additional information. LAM was formed in 87 and became LA in 94. It's founded by Sharon Smith. Okay. Yep. Sharon Williams. As the death of her husband, Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 92, and the current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles has full uncropped version of the same wedding photo from the LA website. It seems that after Sharon left LAM, they began to crop her and the rest of her wedding party out of the photo to focus solely on Drew, whose face the charity. Full photo has been out of your inventory. So who the hell is the rest of this crew? Because we don't... I guess this could be Barbara. So who the fuck is this? Is that the guy you end up marrying? Let's put that just for shiggles. I can't attach the bonus photo. So... Damn. There's no intuition about that? Wait, what? Why is there no intuition? I guess, no, but I don't even have this picture in. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's pretty fucking annoying. I don't think that's an option. Actor, advertising, architect, artist, author, baby, cashier, CEO, chef, comedian, construction, dancer, director, doctor, driver, farmer and firefighter, hairdresser, housewife, interior design, lawyer, manufacturing mechanic, media mogul, military, model, musician, news anchor, nurse, pilot, police officer, politics preacher, the president's principal, pro athlete, professor, public speaker, retail, street artist, secretary, student, travel agent. And again, that was 7 years ago. She stepped down in 92 and is currently 99. So who knows what she's... assume we find out more. We find the rest of this. What am I on? I'm on. This would be the third, so I can't even start guessing jobs for her. Assume you looked her up too? I just did. Why not Sharon Williams? I mean, I think I did that before. They usually don't come up. One thing we've definitely found with the women is they don't come up under their maiden name. They come up under their married name. And that's one of the tricks, is to make sure just because you know their maiden name doesn't mean you're going to find the stuff about them. The same thing with the guys. And also, come on, it's the 90s. You think she was... I hope I don't have to lead too far into this. Of you think she was getting her last name changed back? Okay. There's so much in here. Oh. This is probably... Because I still haven't locked those pictures in, right? No, I haven't. Oh, God. Man, I've locked in so much of the optional stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's messing up a bunch of my results. Or a bunch of my intuition. You know what I didn't do is search this in here. An honest woman appeared on the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter, Jane Doe Roottree. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in News Time came the week after, with the issued apology for featuring in the first place. Some of the initial cover of the article has been added. Where's this? Damn. It won't let me add the pictures. Determined through a DNA test that Anonymous daughter was not a Roottree. This article, which did refer to their daughter as Jane Doe Roottree, but not coined the phrase Anonymom, came before all that, right around the time of her first TV interview. This is a summary. Anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson. Oh. Okay. Anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after 5 Ps was confirmed to a member of the Roottree family. In an homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Like 5 Ps, she wished to remain anonymous. Both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claims to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as secretary. She and another woman who were hired at the same time during a transition period while many of the secretaries who worked under Zach Warden were already gone. Then she and the other woman both underqualified, as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties. The longer he was present, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties most seemed to be excused to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claimed she slept with him at one of these after parties. She credited Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem phased and came to arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in News Time, she realized she wasn't the only one this happened to. She worked at the Roottree company at the same time as 5P's mother, Joanna. Stories seemed eerily similar. She knew Felix was telling the truth right away. Article presented no tangible evidence of the Nautilus woman's time in Roottree, and all the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided in news time, the reporters were able to reach out to other women hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after parties. The five-piece case was strengthened, and this news story was subsequently published. I can't help but think both of these pages refer to Brazil or China. No, that's not what I meant to do. Let's search this. What periodical would I don't think there is one. I guess I can try this. No. It's 40. Oh, it's because the 450 degrees, 45 minutes. That's why it's 45. Like, I think that's her name. Like, searching that name is like, this is a very common name. I don't know who else I'm supposed to be able to find right now. I guess something through this. So no, it was, what did I have to search to get this? Effingham County, Georgia. What did I have to search to get this? The Springfield? Greta Flores, the news anchor, apparently is... Oh, I don't think I looked at this. Greta Flores, news anchor, apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's ways you expect to find out she has a website of her accomplishments. She's apparently MC for an all-female speaking tour in 77. Tour is called Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it and see some of the stories compiled in a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Ayla Hale. Okay. Ayla Hale. Anthology of stories told on a few different Storytellers Sisterhood tours. It contains direct transcripts of the most well-received stories told on stage. Ayla Hale is the editor, not the sole author. One stories by Barb Williams, Out of Your Evidence. Beauty and the Brat. Barb Williams had the transcript of stories she told on a stage, published in a book. First part of the story focuses on two 6-year-old girls. My sister, Sherry, was a brat. Always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. Hey, Leica. She borrowed things without asking, even ran away from home, only to seek back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter, Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic and creative, even volunteered in animal rescue. Ah. Wow. Sherry and Sharon. Obviously not the same person. She continues to tell stories of the two girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunity? Answer is nothing. There was no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Barb reveals that her daughter was a result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. Met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in a nice part of town. He went to the good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale. Boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. Final night, he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. Thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again and finally got desperate enough to ask around. A friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over by my parents. They took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job to remove the burden of motherhood. Managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Barbie used the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat. I wasn't wrong, but she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exists in all of us. It's my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth. I'd like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. Implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves where the brat tries to take hold. Okay, so hairdresser, I think was an option. I still need to figure out one more fucking person though, because I know nothing about our kids. I don't even know if this thing is right. What is there? 2 things to figure out. I guess I don't have her locked in. Oh god. I'm at 3. At 3 I feel fairly confident in, but the 4th is going to be the problem. Finding, like, it has been so tough finding pictures. And none of these things seem to lead to pictures. Well, this still is 5. Can you look at the speaking tour? Probably. Brings right back to Greta Flores. Okay. So the problem... Superintendent, Benton County. So... I feel like... So I figured out Vic Elmsworth thing, although it seemed... maybe that's it. Maybe there's something in here that I should be searching. No, I found the lanes across America. That was the thing. So, actually, that makes me think even more. What is this superintendent? Do I search superintendent? Wonder if she just has a book. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here. I don't know if we'll come back to this Friday. I think I'm gonna have to sit on it, maybe watch back the VOD, see if there's some dumb thing I'm missing. Thanks everyone for hanging out today, though. I do appreciate it. Ooh, man, I have so many good choices today. Oh, okay. My decision is being made by the fact that one of the people I was thinking of rating is in the middle of an ad. So let's go rate someone I've not rated in quite some time. But I'm excited because they've been playing Satisfactory. So let's go raid Moss. They're streaming with Callie. Make sure you're following both of them. Why the heck you... I don't know why you wouldn't be following both of them, but, you know, go follow both of them. Splash already had the message ready and everything. Oh, she already did the ads redux. There you go. My bad. I just missed that you did this raid because I was all tabbed. Go give highs to both of them. Follow both of them. I just was already on Moss because I have a streak there. Get them both to boop the snoot. Tell them they both got to do it. And if you enjoy it, it's been fun watching them do Satisfactory stuff. It's been fun watching Moss do a bunch of stuff. So yeah, I'll see you guys over there. I'll see you guys back here Friday. Keep an eye on the Discord for if we're doing something besides this, or if we're just doing this. Thanks for watching.